just talk.
From Sacramento, California, today Todd turns 50. On a girls trip from Pearland, Texas. Today's our 30th anniversary. Good morning to my Aunt Nancy.
Watching in D.C.
Happy Monday.
San Jose, California.
Charleston, South Carolina. Hattiesburg, Mississippi. New Caney, Texas. And Seattle, Washington.
From Houston.
And Belton, Texas. Celebrating my 60th.
With my daughter.
From Kalamazoo, Michigan. On Dad's bucket list trip to the Today Show.
We're back 8:10 with our Pink Power series in honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
And joining us this morning, we're so honored to have tennis legend and cancer survivor Martina Navratilova. Looking forward to talking to Martina in just a minute, but first a bit more on her journey. Tennis legend Martina Navratilova stunned fans when she announced earlier this year she had been diagnosed with throat cancer and a recurrence of breast cancer at age 66.
Couldn't believe that was happening to me. Then I said, okay, what do we do?
Navratilova is one of the greatest tennis champions of our time with 59 Grand Slam titles. That's the most by any player, man or woman.
It's just nice to be a part of the history.
You are the Empress of Wimbledon once again. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm thrilled that I proved myself again.
She wins it!
Navratilova dominated the women's singles in the 70s after defecting from her native communist Czechoslovakia in 1975.
Why specifically did you choose to leave?
There's a lot more freedom here.
She was a new challenger for America's sweetheart at the time.
She's going to win it just like that.
Martina Navratilova has dethroned Chris Evert Lloyd.
They had one of the greatest rivalries in sports, going head-to-head 80 times.
Navratilova defeats a legend and becomes one.
In 2006, a month shy of her 50th birthday, Navratilova won the U.S. Open Doubles Championship, the oldest player in history to win a major title. 4 years later, she faced a diagnosis of a non-invasive form of breast cancer and had a lumpectomy.
Initially, when I found out, I cried maybe for 10 or 15 seconds, feeling sorry for myself.
You get the notice that you need your mammogram. Oh, I'll do it next month. For me, I was 4 years between breast exams. Thankfully, I caught it early.
But then last year, she was diagnosed with stage 1 throat and breast cancer. Now, speaking out and sharing her story to help other women and facing the diagnosis with the same intensity she brought to her legendary career.
So I went public with my diagnosis to help other women.
And we are so delighted to have Martina with us this morning, along with Steve McMillan, the CEO of Hologic. And Steve will talk to you about why you're a part of this story as well. But Martina, I mean, you look fantastic.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? How are you doing?
Well, finally feeling like I can go to the gym. I've really been, physically, it's been really, really rough. The hardest thing I've ever gone through, needless to say. And I almost get PTSD when I come to New York because the 7-week treatment was here. And it was both, I had 2 cancers at the same time. So it was, it was very trying. But now, got a haircut, a bit of thinning going on, but I feel pretty good. Thankful. It could have been so much worse.
When you go through cancer the first time, I know one of the recurring fears is it ever going to come back? Is it ever going to come back? When you did learn that it was in fact back, although it was many years later, what were the first emotions that you were feeling in that moment?
Well, the first one, I was diagnosed with throat cancer. And then when they were looking to see exactly where it was, that's when they found the lump on my breast as well. So I'm like, and I knew it was cancer because that's the only way it lit up on the MRI. I'm like, great. So I got double whammy. There were 2 totally different cancers unrelated to the first one. So I've had now 3 different cancers, and I'm trying to figure out why. Genetically, there's nothing there. So I'm trying to figure out am I that lucky or that unlucky? So, lightning doesn't strike twice. Well, this one 3 times, so hopefully it will be a 4th time. But I have been very diligent about the screenings since that first time around 13 years ago. And Yeah, and because of that, I caught it early. Both of them got it early because I paid attention. So that's why I want to talk about it, because I want women to pay attention to their bodies. We take care of everybody else.
Yeah.
Take care of the animals. You know, when you get the card that the dog needs to get the rabies vaccination, we take them tomorrow. We get the card about breast cancer, mammogram, and like, oh, I'll do it, later. And like the first time around was 4 years in between screening. So I'm very thankful for Hologic and the equipment they have to find it early. So
yeah, we'll bring Steve into it because you have a 3D mammogram, which is really fascinating. But Martina, you're so tough. You are an epic champion. Did that help you? Do you think in the way that you, at least even mentally, took on this challenge?
As a tennis player, you fail all the time. Every shot, every point, every other point you lose. So you have to recover. And I think that mentality of coming back and believing and staying positive and surrounding yourself with a good team, that was very helpful. And Chris Evert and I went through the same thing essentially emotionally. And we spoke to each other and realized how much that mentality, the champion's mentality that you have to be a champion in any sport, really brought us together and helped us get through this, because you have to stay in the moment, you have to stay in the solution, you have to stay positive.
What did it mean to have her in your court, so to speak? Because you guys were rivals, obviously, for many, many years, and there you two were fighting together hand in hand.
We've always been there for each other, and emotionally through our, breakups and whatever. I've been to like 3 marriages ever, and 2 of them were her marriages. So and then she came to mine. So we've just been so intertwined. It's amazing how much our paths have been on a similar path, and this time around on a bad path. But I was there for her when Chris went through it, and then she was there for me. It was amazing. It was almost like a twins, where when I was really feeling at my lowest, there was Chris, either a text or a call. And the timing was
The story of your friendship is so touching. There's a Washington Post article about it. People should check
Jenkins
it out.
really nailed it.
It's incredible. I mean, it'll make you cry and smile, because it's really just so moving. I do want to bring you in, Steve, because Martina wanted you here for a reason. This is a Hologic, and am I right? It does a 3D mammogram. What is this technology, and how can it be more accessible to people?
Yeah, the magic is we pioneered and invented the 3D mammography, which really gives a complete scan. In the old days, it would basically look, one reason the breast is compressed is they're looking at it as one page. Now we can get a holistic view. And it's really been pioneering, and we've gotten reimbursement for it now over the last few years. Again, like many technology advancements, especially for women, sometimes they were a little slower on the reimbursement.
Martina, this last bout, you had your mammogram and it didn't catch the breast cancer.
It was so small. It was so small, and athletes, I've been told this, every athlete, female, oh, you have dense breasts. Oh, thanks a lot. They're not that big, but they're dense. But Hologic caught it the first time, didn't catch it the second time. But nowadays I have to get MRI as well. So I have the mammogram now, and 6 months from now, MRI, because I have the predisposition for it. But thankfully, they caught it earlier.
Well, the key is getting the screenings, as you well know, right? Yeah. The best thing we can do, we can make the best machines in the world. Right. But if women don't get screened regularly, and let's face it, especially for women, life gets in the way. Oftentimes prioritized. In fact, you went 4 years without, and you don't 1 year turns into 2 into 3 without even realizing it. And as you know, getting it early.
Yeah, it
makes
matters.
A difference.
It does matter.
My own mother had it.
Wow. Well, Martina, you're an awesome person, and I can attest to that from a million different ways. Also, we were at the U.S. Open, my mom and I, and you draped your arm around my mom. And by the way, that picture has been texted around to a gazillion people, and now it's her claim to fame. So I just want to say thank you for that, too. We appreciate you.
It's so wonderful to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. We're back 8:36 with the one, the only, Mindy Kaling. She's a multi-talented, and lately, she's got a new title, y'all. One more to add to her list, book publisher.
Because it's just not enough to just do every other thing. Just last year, she started Mindy's Book Studio. This is an imprint focused on fun and fresh stories from authors of color. The list includes The Vibrant Years, I'll Stop the World, The Better Half. The latest edition that just hit shelves, Woke Up Like This by Amy Lee.
Mindy, good morning. Good morning.
I'm so happy to be here.
I mean, I feel like you do 1,000 jobs.
Thank you. Well, not recently.
Yeah, not
I couldn't
recently.
write, so I'm just so happy to be employed and talking about this amazing book and to see you guys. I've been jealous of you these past couple months.
But to have your own imprint that's one step beyond. What made you decide to do that?
I love power and influence. So I felt like I've worked so hard to get to this place where I have this platform. Amazon Publishing is so incredible, and they help me find these writers of color. It's like if I can pay it forward and help other incredibly talented women, mostly women of color and emerging writers, then it's great. And this book is awesome. Came out yesterday. It's so fun. It reminds me of my shows. And this writer, Amy Lee, is so talented. So if I can help her, and then maybe we'll make it into a movie or a TV show. So it's just so juicy and fun.
It's good because you kind of get the first look at some of these books. I like that your books they're just fun and frothy like you. They're like the beach read that we'd all want to read. It's not depressing. It's
Thank you.
Fun.
I like to think of myself as a human beach read.
Yes, you kind of are that, though.
Good.
You said that when you were younger, you were kind of obsessed with romance, which I think I was too. I think it probably because it was out of reach.
Yeah, I had no idea. I was so far away from it that I was like, what is that mysterious thing?
Yes.
So yeah, I love books that are, I don't know, life is hard, right? And I feel like for everyone's working, just trying to get by, and to have books that uplift us, make us laugh, is really important.
Were you kind of nerdy in high school? What was your vibe?
How dare you? How dare you even ask the question?
Speaking as one.
I was popular and cool. No, yes, I was a huge nerd, so books were my escape. Well, books were, I don't think you guys were nerdy, but when you're
Didn't go to prom.
Yeah.
Didn't go to prom.
Yeah.
Did you go to prom?
I did go to prom.
Oh!
Well, then we've got you beat in the nerd department.
I didn't know that I was going to come and stunt on Hoda and Savannah this morning by saying I went to prom.
You did go?
You're cooler.
I did go to prom. I went to junior prom and senior prom. Because this
Wait,
is
did
not
you get
about
asked
me.
or did you ask him?
How dare you?
No, because I only got a date when I asked. That's why I'm asking.
Me too.
I was asked to both. Listen, I'm not
Wow,
painting.
she was
You were really cool.
I love this reversal that's taken place, where somehow I have a lot of status here. But what were you talking about?
don't
How did
know.
we get into this?
I
don't know.
But I love books about, when you are a wallflower, and it's really nice to be able to disappear into these worlds where fun things happen, exciting, sexy things happen to other people. And these books are a lot of them about underdogs. So they're really fun.
So you also have two little kids, 5 and 3, which it's just the most delicious and adorable age.
When you said 2, I don't know if anyone has 2. You guys have little kids. It seems like I have
2.
7. I was like, no, I have far more than 2.
Yeah.
Because my house looks like it's filled.
Yes.
It looks like a kindergartners live there. I host a kindergarten
class. Is the older one kind of teenagerish? We're wondering because our older ones are kind of acting like teenagers. It's weird.
Yeah, she's almost 6.
Yeah.
And she's now doing a thing. I don't know where she learned this because I hope I don't do this, but she's often like, Mom.
Yes. No, that's happening right now. Where do they get it?
It must be.
Does your kid watch Bluey?
She watches Bluey, but
I think some of it's Bluey.
You do?
I think some of it.
Well, my daughter does it, and she's like, Mom, you're so embarrassing. And I'm like, we're the only ones here right now.
Right.
So yes, I'm embarrassing, but nobody has to know. Maybe she has a reality show I'm not aware of.
We love how your dad is such a kind of integral part of your family. Yeah. We know you lost your mom some years ago, and that was a real difficult time. But to have your dad there must be just really rewarding.
It's been one of the greatest surprises of motherhood has been, because my mom was my soulmate. She was my person. And my dad was great, and I loved him, but it wasn't until she passed away and then I had kids that my dad really became my buddy. And he's just there for me, He's there. On Christmas holidays, he picks up my daughter from school every single day.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, and it's just great. And, they're good for him, too. They keep him really young and active. And my stepmother is amazing as well. The two of them are just taking on this role and I need them. You know, it's not even like it's just fun. Like I really depend on them. So.
It feels like life is so sweet right now. I mean, obviously in high school it was super sweet for you.
Yeah.
I mean, I was killing it in high school. It's really hard to compare to that like golden period of my life, but having kids is also rewarding. Yeah, it's great.
We're just so excited to see you. We're so excited about all the great things you're doing, Mindy, and we can't wait to see what's next.
It's so good to be back.
But you know what is next? You're going to be on the 4th hour.
Yes.
You know that? You're coming back again.
Oh, wait a minute, but you know, you've got Mindy's book studio and Jenna has Read with Jenna.
Is there going to be
like a
battle of the books?
Yes,
I mean,
battle of the book studio.
Well, everyone wins when there are good books and great writers being brought to the surface. We've got Woke Up Like This, which maybe it'll turn into a movie for all we know.
Listen, I would love that.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
and beauty products.
Oh my gosh.
How do we forget?
Beauty products.
Guys.
What's the line?
It takes a lot to look like this. So I invested in this company called Lion Pose. I tried it and this product is amazing. It helps with hyperpigmentation with some melanated skin, deals with this sometimes.
I got you.
And it was so good that I was like, I need to put my money at this. It's started by 2 amazing South Asian women. And it's available in Sephora right now. So today I'm gonna be like running around Sephora's meeting people. I hope people show up.
Will you pick up a mascara for me?
Yes.
I need to go to Sephora.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You,
Lion Pose, I love it. Little yoga shout out too.
Yeah, and I got you guys some.
All right, thank you, honey. Coming up next, we got Chassie Post. She's helping you gear up for your holiday shopping. But first, this is Today on NBC. Welcome back. And you know what else has returned? Target Circle Week, the retailer rolling out deals from home to tech to fashion, and our Shop Today team has picked up some of the best. Chassie Post, our Shop All Day contributor, is here to walk us through. Don't forget, scan the QR code. We got Miss Chassie here. So Chassie, Target Circle Week is something you see and hear, but what is it exactly?
Oh my gosh, it lasts through October 7th, and Hoda, so many great deals
this week.
1 week, and we've got some incredible deals today. But you can also save on groceries and beauty products, toys. I mean, the holidays are coming up.
Well, the holidays are knocking, and this is why we're standing by this beautiful Christmas tree.
I know, you're not going to believe the deals. 50% off holiday items like the 7.5 foot. 400 LED pre-strung light artificial
already on
tree.
here.
So
good.
No untangling drama.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe this because I started shopping for a new faux tree because I love them.
Yeah.
In January, that's the only time you see deals. And to have holiday stuff in season, I mean,
Good.
this one's just $50, normally $100.
50 bucks?
Tons of trees.
Half
Pink
off.
ones, white ones,
All right.
all sorts.
Take us to the music.
Okay, so again, like we're talking holidays, right? So if you got your holiday list going, this is such a great deal. 50% off these JBL wireless earbuds.
JBL, wow. Yeah.
JBL, right? I mean, that pure bass sound. And normally these are around $100. You can get them for around $50. Anybody on your list would love this. And so many features. I mean, they're water resistant, sweat proof, 2 different noise canceling, and the battery, the brand says it lasts up to 35 hours. So these are awesome.
And this is just all through the first week of October.
Yes, Target
Let's
Circle
cook.
Week. Okay, Hoda. I mean, for the top chefs, have you seen these? These are from Cuisinart.
Okay,
and
what
these are air fryer toaster ovens. 57% off. I mean,
back up.
Yeah.
Air fryer toaster oven.
Yeah, so not only does it toast, it bakes, it broils, and it air fries. I mean, check it out. We've got fries and wings in here.
Where? In there?
Yeah, and it holds so much.
Yeah.
A 4-pound chicken it'll bake, 3 pounds of air frying, a 12-inch pizza, and 6 pieces of toast. And the deal here is incredible. Normally it's $229. You can get it for $99. That's 57% off. So, I mean,
great deal.
Make
great
your
deal.
life easier.
All right, bags and shoes.
Tons of great deals on fashion. I mean, up to 30% off denim and pants and accessories and shoes and sweaters and more. And these items are from the Target brand A New Day. I mean, people love their fashion collections. Yep. Such great deals. Like this bag, 30% off. Normally it's $40, just $28. I mean, in this faux
this
leather.
Feels good.
So good.
I didn't know faux leather felt like that.
Yeah, faux leather is such a big trend. And also faux shearling. This is almost like pumpkin spice color. And look how roomy this is. So that's a great deal. Also 30% off super on-trend shoes like these little loafer mules, $20. And those are really big trends. I cannot get over these boots. I mean, check it out.
That's a heel.
Square toe, a great block heel.
Cute.
$29 down from, $39. And jewelry. Yep. Okay. So, pearls, such a great trend. These are freshwater faux pearl drops, $5.59.
What did you say?
Yeah.
No, what did you say?
$5.59. I would wear these every day, or again for that gift list, any jewelry lover. Load up on these,
By
right?
the way, great
Aren't
for
they
gifts.
Beautiful?
You're right.
And just
finally.
every day, perfect staples. Feel this fine knit, rib knit.
Yeah.
Cardigan sweaters, supersize inclusive, extra small through 4X.
I like how it's kind of fitted, so you could wear it all by itself.
Exactly.
Cutest.
So many colors, under $20. I just can't tell you how many deals.
Chassis, you sold it. They were all great. You can purchase these items, scan our QR code, or head to today.com/shop. And we should mention that this segment is paid for by Target. Today does earn a commission on purchases made through our links. We are back in a moment, but first, this is Today on NBC. By the way, this is
some Plaza picks. We've got Cheryl and Natalie from Sugar Land, Texas, on a mother-daughter trip celebrating Cheryl's 60th. Happy birthday.
Lee and David from Montgomery, Alabama, literally checking off the Today Show from their bucket list.
We got Jill with her mom, husband, and brother on her birthday trip from Paducah, Kentucky.
Wanda and Benny from Kansas City, Missouri. They went to the Chiefs game last night and got up early to join us.
Did y'all see Taylor? No? Okay. Oh, guys, look, I just got to show you this adorable family. Hello. They're so cute. Where are you from? Virginia. And there's 4 of them here, and I love your T-shirts. Is this your first visit to New York?
Not our first, but the first with the whole family.
All right. Well, have a good time, y'all. We're so glad you came. They met Hoda 13 years ago.
Wait,
But
did she
you
only
weren't
have
there.
one? Wait, she only had one
baby. Who was this
one?
one?
Oh, look at this.
That was, and there he is now. So this
Wow.
is
Wow.
Here's now.
And the whole gang's here.
The whole
That's so
gang.
sweet.
All right. Thanks for coming.
Happy y'all are here.
Thank you.
All right.
Wow.
We got some
Smuckers.
Are you ready for some birthdays? Yeah, we got some first birthdays to celebrate. So come on down to the Plaza and then we'll check you out 13 years later. First up, happy first birthday to Jack Yee, a musician in the making from Silver Spring, Maryland. He likes to play the table drums. Of course, that's music to mom and dad's ears. Enzo Wise is celebrating his big day in Spain. How cool. His military family is currently stationed there. Happy birthday to Enzo, and thank you to the Wise family for their service. Happy first birthday to Asa and Austin Rose of Raleigh, North Carolina. These twins love to smile and play with their big brother, Samuel. So cute. Arlie Williams is from Lana, Maryland. She always has food on her mind. Her favorite words are apple and strawberry. Good choices. Elle Ingram is from Amherst, New Hampshire. She can chug a bottle of milk with just one hand. That's a skill. And happy first birthday to York and Childs Tubman, Texas Tech football fans from Seminole, Texas. They are the 12th set of twins in their family. Well, keep it going. How about that?
Cool.
All right, we're going to be back, guys, with the 3rd and 4th hours of today, including the latest and the greatest when it comes to wines. We got more of Mindy Kaling, and we got more of our fantastic crowd. But first, your local news and weather.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking, eggs and bacon?
Hold on, I'm just gonna say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you.
So do you think you'll act forever?
Boom.
We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
This morning on the 3rd hour of Today, Encore, Taylor Swift does it again, cheering on Travis Kelce at the Chiefs game.
Oh, and yeah, she's here.
This time bringing along some famous friends. We're live with the Football Frenzy. Plus, the fastest man in the world live in Studio 1A.
Noah Lyles says goodbye. Let's go to the USA.
U.S. sprinter Noah Lyles on his historic summer and looking ahead to the Paris Olympics. Then later in Start Today, Peloton instructor Tunde Oyunane is here to help us tone up with a workout you can do right in your living room. And I'm cooking with Cal, sharing one of our family favorites that you can serve up tonight. That's all ahead today, Monday, October 2nd, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the 3rd hour of Today.
Good morning and welcome to the 3rd hour of Today. I'm Chanel here with Dylan. Alan Craig have the morning off. So we have our friend, Weekend Today co-anchor Peter Alexander here with us on this Monday morning.
Like the old days.
I know, that's true. That's true.
Welcome back.
Yes. Did you guys have a good weekend?
I did. I had a really fun weekend. Friday was Rusty's 2nd birthday. I was in Nashville that morning, but we rushed back. Brian made the cupcakes, and he just captured this moment of, I mean, that's all you need. It was just the 5 of us at home eating cupcakes after some pizza, and it was just,
it's what he'll
super
remember.
Sweet.
It just feels special.
And then on Saturday, I was invited to speak at the Beyond Celiac Summit up in Connecticut, and it felt so good to tell Calvin's whole story to a group of people that totally get it.
Understand.
And I I just met so many people. I picked up so many, new followers on Instagram that I now follow because they offer so many great resources. People give me so many great recommendations. I just want to say, for anyone who's going through anything, reach out and find that community of people going through the same thing. It just takes the load off. And I'm like re-energized to tackle this.
That's good advice.
So I just want to say
I
that.
love
Find
that.
your community.
I love that.
Yeah.
How about you? How was your weekend with your
Well, there was
girlies?
no Saturday show this weekend because there was golf, so
that's
I was up to like at least 9:45.
I know. You're like, oh, I'm staying
It was
up.
so aggressive. No, we had a good weekend. I got to be home with the girls yesterday. They actually wanted to do a project, so we made bags for people experiencing homelessness in our neighborhood, right? How proud was I that they came up with this, ran over to Target, got some socks and, got the Ziplocs and some all sorts of things, wet wipes and granola bars and all these things so that because whenever you pull up to the corner, right, and there's a homeless person, the girls are like, Dad, what are you going to do? What are you going to do for them?
So
now we have something to give that person.
You two are just doing something right. I tell you
the
what.
girls led the way. I'm proud of them for that.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. Well, I just feel like such a disappointment because you guys know up until this marathon, all I do is run. Like it's
How
like.
many miles did you get in this
So
weekend?
I was supposed to do 20 miles this weekend, but we had rain and it was an issue. So
How
I got
are your
to like
feet?
16.
Like, are you starting to feel this?
Yes. And my heels this morning, I was like, what is happening?
Your body's changing.
Yeah, my whole body
Starting with
changing.
your feet.
So we'll see what happens. Next week I go down to 14 and Joseph, our floor director, is running with me and he was like, man, 14 feels like a mile after all this. So there you go. Health and wellness, here we come.
Keep it going. Well, we all know what Taylor Swift did this weekend. You hear? She, for the second Sunday in a row, attended a football game, spotted cheering on the Kansas City Chiefs. This time, she brought some friends along to watch them play the New York Jets at MetLife Stadium.
Love that.
And the Swifties were out in full force. NBC's Emily Aketa was there. Not with them, but you were there.
Good morning.
Unsurprisingly, I kind of had to be there,
Yes.
right?
You know what's so funny is I saw a video of her this weekend, or just a second ago when you showed it earlier this morning, and I saw the shorts that she was wearing, and I was like, ooh, those are cute. And then, no surprise, they were sold out.
Yep. Yeah.
Just look at that.
The game.
It was like that much denim, right? Like that was, it didn't take much to produce those shorts.
And it won over everyone.
So, but it's funny, I thought it was an original thought of mine to kind of find out where she got those shorts. Clearly not.
Yeah, well, I'll say this night was tailor-made for Swifties and football fans alike. It was just 4 months ago when Taylor Swift performed 3 sold-out shows at MetLife Stadium. But last night she was there as a fan, and she did not arrive alone.
And yeah, she's here. Taylor is in the house.
It wasn't just any Sunday night. A lot of star power here tonight. After a week of hype that transformed an early season football game into a blockbuster TV event,
Hi, Swifties. We'll be with you all night.
the Taylor Swift NFL takeover was complete.
Touchdown!
Her many, many fans welcomed to the game by our own Carson Daly with some help from the voice coaches.
We really hope something enchanting makes you feel like this tonight. Chiefs, Jets, welcome to New York, everybody.
The singer cheering on Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. The excitement started hours earlier with some fans not tailgating, but rather Taylor-gating.
I'm super excited, much more excited to see her than I am to see any of the football players.
Inside the star-studded stadium, Swift spent time with Kelce's mom, Donna Kelce. The two arm in arm, with Donna wearing her son's number 87 jersey. Swift was flanked by famous friends, including Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively, Sophie Turner, and Hugh Jackman.
Is it surreal to be able to see Taylor Swift in the same stadium as you guys?
It's surreal.
Yes. We're bringing the same act.
Swift's rumored romance with the Chiefs star appearing to heat up after she stunned fans by showing up to Kansas City's Arrowhead Stadium the week before.
Shout out to Taylor for pulling up. That was pretty ballsy.
And once word got out that Swift would be attending, ticket sales for the Chiefs-Jets game quickly doubled, and prices jumped from $80 to more than $170 in the days that followed, according to online marketplace TickPick. And the football world has been leaning into Swift mania. The Chiefs even exchanging friendship bracelets ahead of the game.
I know what these are all about.
Which they won 23-20 with their famous fan in the stands. At MetLife, some couples bonding as their worlds collide.
He's a Swiftie and I like football now, so our two loves are merging.
And don't expect the Swift effect to slow down anytime soon. Her album 1989, Taylor's Version, is coming out later this month. And she's also bringing her Eras tour to theaters. Can I just say, I was sitting in the stands last night surrounded by these die-hard Jets fans. And you know what they were talking about? What? Is that Taylor Swift over there? The long black sleeve, is that her? Like trying to figure out. Yeah, it was amazing to me.
And they didn't put her on the Jumbotron, right?
No, I didn't see her on the Jumbotron. I was a little disappointed about
I wonder
that.
if they were just trying to, for security's sake, not to show even
It also was the Jets hosting, and she's
they didn't want Jets
Chiefs
fans to be
fan.
distracted. I just love that when she was at MetLife, they had like 217,000 fans over 3 nights. She's like, oh, this is just a small crowd by comparison.
Yeah.
I've blown out a stadium
She's now
like
done
this.
that multiple times at MetLife with her
My
tours.
goodness.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, thank you,
I
Emily.
wasn't really into the whole story, but as
Yeah.
it like happens and it's playing out, I'm very
Are you
into
in
it.
now?
Yeah.
You're invested now. Thank you. I'm glad she's come over. We got you over to the right side.
I'm in.
Thank you, Emily. Well, speaking of music superstars, Beyoncé is bringing her Renaissance World Tour to a screen near you. In fact, here's a look at the trailer she dropped overnight.
Welcome to Mother's Mind.
At any point, they could close their eyes and be right back there and take it with them.
Beyonce's tour, by the way, was a record breaker. Billboard reported it was the highest grossing tour ever by a female artist. And if you couldn't make it or just want to experience it again, tickets for Renaissance, a film by Beyonce, are on sale right now. It hits theaters December 1st. I mean, we talked a lot about Taylor. We're talking about Beyonce. I mean, these women are changing. They are changing the game, if you will. I just saw this post this weekend. You know, I follow Beyonce's mom, Miss Tina Knowles. And she reposted the New York Times. Listen to this. So obviously this whole thing has become an event, her tour. But it says by the close of her tour, by the close of its weekend, the tour will have generated an estimated $4.5 billion for the American economy. To put it in perspective, that's about as much as the 2008 Olympics did for Beijing. Like, so that's how much money they are cranking out on these tours.
Can I just say that Uche, your husband's texting you in the middle of like,
Yeah, did you see that?
He's like, honey, when you get back, can you
Yeah,
pick
I'm
this
like
up on
Uche,
the
I'm
way?
on television.
Yeah.
Because he's not watching me. But
No,
anyway,
like,
but
Beyonce
the point
could
is,
buy the Jets.
they
right?
are
Like,
just, both of them, they're just, it's the year of the tour, I guess. It's true. And then if you can't go to the tour, now you can just go to the movie theater.
Well, as long as we're talking about some big names in
Yes.
music, how about this one? Now, this is the big screen to the biggest LED screen in the world. This is the Sphere. It's now open in Las Vegas. You've probably seen this. This is this like immersive entertainment space at more than 500 feet wide, 360 plus feet tall. It is the largest spherical structure in the world. It looks so cool from outside. U2 officially opened the venue over the weekend. The images there are insane. Bono and the band are actually performing there through December. I love U2. That was my first cassette. Joshua Tree, my first concert back in the Oakland Coliseum. That's going to be worth it. They're there for a couple more months. That's a trip worth making.
That would be a great gift for
Those
you.
guys are so very cool.
All right, well, coming up, an important today's checklist. We are marking the start of Breast Cancer Awareness Month by clearing up some common misconceptions. Then later, look who's here. He's inside now, U.S. sprinter Noah Lyles, a.k.a. the fastest man in the world. He is live in Studio 1A to talk about making sports history in under 10 seconds. We'll be back in a little bit longer.
What's the secret, Noah?
He went from outside to inside in 0.2 seconds. It's amazing. Crushed it.
This morning on today's checklist, we are marking the beginning of Breast Cancer Awareness Month by talking about how to assess your risk. It's so important because the disease affects 1 in 8 women in the United States. And with us now is Dr. Marisa Weiss, founder and chief medical officer of breastcancer.org, a nonprofit education and support organization. Dr. Weiss, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me again.
You've been talking to us about this for many, many years.
Yes.
So we want to keep the conversation going.
Absolutely.
And I feel like there are a lot of myths out there. Can we debunk some of those myths first?
Absolutely. I mean, people think if it's not my family, I'm not going to get it. When the fact is that most people with breast cancer have no family history. Up to about 10% of the time, there's a single inherited high-risk gene like BRCA1, BRCA2. 15% of the time, there's an inherited moderate risk gene, but 75% of people who have breast cancer don't have a family history, don't have a known inherited genetic mutation. Wow. Their breast cancer happened mostly through like the wear and tear, stress and strain of living. We call that aging. Then how you lead your life, sort of your weight, physical activity, what goes in, on, and around you, your diet, drinking alcohol, prolonged use of hormone replacement therapy or birth control pills. And we're learning more about the toxins in our environment that can influence our risk.
And Dr. Weiss, the responsibility isn't just on the women, but on the men who love them, obviously, to be a part of this process.
Absolutely.
When we talk about some of the common misperceptions, one that you routinely hear is antiperspirant, that would raise the risk of breast cancer. Is there anything to that?
Right. There's no solid evidence linking antiperspirant use or bras to breast cancer risk.
I'm glad you cleared that up. I mean, a lot of people in the back of our minds, we hear that.
Think about it.
Yeah. What about self-exams? What's the latest with that, and how do you know what to do?
Yeah. So self-exams is your best way to know if there's something that's new and different that stands out, that persists. You want to let your doctor know. But just know that your breasts are naturally lumpy, bumpy. And most of the breast lumps are benign, not cancer. 80% of the time, they're benign, not breast cancer. But even if your breast tissue is smooth and you don't feel anything funny, you still need to get your annual mammogram starting at age 40.
And if you are diagnosed with breast cancer, I mean, what does post-diagnosis life look like?
Well, the good news is that we've got so many new advances, so more people who are living beyond their diagnosis. In fact, the whole point of finding it early and treating it effectively is to give you that life afterwards. There are about 4 million women in the United States, and men too, who are living past their diagnosis. And it is, it's a rough ride going through breast cancer. It can be very lonely. You need to take care of your mental health, and you need to know what you need to know, how to take care of yourself, because we have to sort of be in charge of all that, over the years. And breastcancer.org, we're just issuing a report all about the survivorship. I'm a 13-year survivor. My mother's a 20-year survivor. I work every day to be as healthy as I can be. And I feel grateful. I have seen my 3 kids grow up. I have 3 granddogs now. I even have a granddaughter. Love you, Miki. And for sure, knowledge is power. You really want to take the steps that you can to protect your precious life.
So well said. Dr. Weiss, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Weiss, really appreciate your being here. When we come back, the fastest man in the world is right here in Studio 1A, the world champion, Olympic medal winner Noah Lyles. He's going to fill us in on his historic achievements and talk Paris 2024.
Then later in Start Today, Peloton instructor Tunde Oyunane is here to show us how to tone up without a trip to the gym.
Okay.
We'll be right back.
Well, it is not every day we get to say this. Our next guest is the fastest man in the world. Noah Lyles is an Olympic medal-winning U.S. sprinter.
He won gold last month at the World Championships in both the 100 and 200-meter races. No one has done that since Usain Bolt in 2015. And last night, he showed off his hardware on the field during Sunday Night Football.
That is so sweet. Well, now we get a glimpse into Noah's intense preparation and championship mindset thanks to the NBC Sports docuseries. It's called Untitled, the Noah Lyles Project. Noah, good morning. Nice to see you.
Good morning.
How's it sound to be introduced as the world's fastest man? That's got to sound pretty good.
It's about time.
Oh, okay.
Well, we congratulate you. So when you were in Hungary at the World Championships, you won the 100 and the 200 meter. You called your shot. Where does that confidence come from when it's like literally fractions of a second to make the difference?
Well, earlier I just said it's about time, and people would be like, "Oh, why are you so cocky?" It's like, no, I know what my ability is. I know what I can run up to, what my standard of running is, and I've been the world champion in the 200. Now, after this World Championship, now 3 times in a row. So I know that the 100 was coming. It was just a matter of time.
I love that. I know there's been a lot of hard work. We see this moment in time, but the beauty of the docuseries is we get to learn a little bit more about you. You're very open and honest. What do you want people to take away after they watch?
I really want people to understand that it's not one moment. It all takes hours and hours and sacrifices and
look at how high
huge team moments. Yeah, that's what everybody says. When they
I looked up at the monitor and you were like jumping over my head.
Yeah, everybody says that. That's why I do it, because you used to be like, oh my gosh, wow, look at that guy.
You've got this all. I love this. One thing in the docuseries, you see your mom as a nervous wreck in the stands. I can only imagine what she's thinking in those moments she's watching you. But what kind of inspiration has she been to you growing up?
She's truly been the sacrifice to my career. Me and my brother, we told her that we wanted to make the 2016 Olympics, and I was one place off of that as a senior in high school. Broke the high school record at the time. I think it's been broken now, but it was where she decided that she was going to give up, going after those promotions and those jobs, because she knew that she wasn't going to have time to give to us to be able to go out and make Olympic teams or World Championship teams or World Juniors and World Youth. She wanted to be there to make sure that we had all the resources we could.
You love those moments when you see after the race, right, where you're hugging the family, because it's not about one individual on the track. It's about all the others behind you. All right, so in Tokyo, you got the 100-meter bronze, okay? Now you're looking ahead to Paris.
200-meter bronze.
200-meter bronze, right. I got fast with my fast right.
It's all right, it's all right.
It's all good. So 200-meter bronze, and then in Paris, you're focused on each of these races. Yeah. What are you doing differently? How is your sort of strategy or your thinking changed ahead of the next games?
The strategy was made this year in 2023. That's why we went to World Championships and we went after the double. And the great part is we won it all. So it's not so much that we're changing so much. It's that we're going to try and replicate the same thing, maybe add a little bit more, because we know that we're faster and we have the strength to be able to do the double now. So might just put a little bit extra work, but not too much, because we already have the blueprint.
So I hear you have some medals in your pocket. Do you walk around with the hardware, or is it just for us?
I have.
As you should.
It just so happens.
Oh, it just so happens to have.
Today.
Is that the real deal?
This is the real deal. This is only one of 3. You announced that I won 2, but I actually won 3. We won the 4x1 as well.
That's right.
Okay.
That's a rare deal for America. We've had some struggles in the 4x1, but I just
How do you feel about the U.S. going into the Paris Games? I mean, is this going to be a good effort for us?
We're in a very good position. Coming off of 2022, where the World Championships was in the U.S., we basically won almost everything. And we went to Budapest and basically, again, won almost everything.
That's amazing.
So we're in a good position.
We're on a really good streak. Yeah, you can hold it.
No, but this is clinking against your ring.
Oh, yeah.
It's just so beautiful. I mean, all this hardware you've got is just... It's
impressive.
I don't want to drop it.
But before you leave us this morning, I found out about you that you love fashion as well.
Yes.
You were in Milan for Fashion Week. You modeled with Hugo Boss.
Yes.
How was that?
It was random.
Here we go.
I love it.
There he is.
Did you have to practice your walk?
Yeah,
I didn't have to practice the walk, but we had to practice the route. They had us going upstairs, down ramps, downstairs, around the corner. It was a lot longer than just down and back.
It's entertaining to see the fastest person in the world walking.
Really slow?
Right?
Oh, it was hard too.
Really?
Yeah, they were like, we want you to walk with confidence, but not too informal, not too mean. And I'm just like, Oh, this is a lot more than just running.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah,
Next
with
time
running.
you go through TSA, you should just take that thing and be like, oh, I'm sorry, no, this was in my pocket.
Oh, yeah, sorry about
Lay it out on the...
I know it's your downtime right now. You're like just taking off. You're not running for 6 weeks, but you're also indulging in a lot of milkshakes, right?
Yes.
Is that your downtime snack?
That is definitely my go-to celebration event.
We've got
I'm a
some
huge
milkshakes
milkshake
for you
guy.
right now.
Oh, wow, this is great.
So this is for you. Nothing like a
Milkshakes in the
milkshake
morning.
at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Exactly. You can do that in the off-season.
There you go.
I don't have an off-season or an on-season.
I know, we're like,
so
what do
I'm
you mean
just drinking
off-season? Yeah.
milkshakes.
We are
We're
toasting
on
to
season
you.
all the time, Noah.
Noah, thank you so
Thank
much
you,
for
Noah.
everybody watching. We're
Thank
so
you.
thrilled for your success right now. Check out Untitled, the Noah Lyles Project,
good.
episode 1 and 2, now streaming on Peacock. And of course, NBC is proudly your home for the 2024 Paris Summer Games.
I love that. I love that we are sipping on milkshakes, and then with our next tease,
I know.
we're talking about working out.
Ooh,
Coming
that's
up,
good,
Peloton
too.
star Tunde Oyunane is here to share simple moves we can all do at home to tone up our arms and our core. Clear the furniture away. You're going to do this with us if you want to. Coming up right after the break. And then coming up next, Jeopardy champ Amy Schneider is going to take us back to her historic run and try to stump us with some Today trivia. We'll be right back.
What's your go-to shake?
Salted milk.
It is a great time to start today workout to kick off the week. We're focusing on toning our arms and our core. I mean, here to show us how is Peloton instructor and best-selling author Tunde Oyunane. She has one of 6 incredible women featured on the new October-November cover of Women's Health. You look amazing.
Thank you.
For their Forces of Fitness issue, celebrating women who are changing the industry for the better. I just want to look at that cover for just a moment. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And tell me what it means. First of all, that's next level. But for all of you guys to be highlighted in a group of women who are changing how we think about fitness. It's not just leg warmers and doing grapevines. You know, nothing wrong with that. But you guys are so forward thinking.
Well, it's incredible to be here. Last time I was here, I was celebrating the launch of my book, Speak, and now to be one of 6 incredible women featured as the Forces of Fitness for Women's Health. It feels pretty surreal. I was picked on and teased for the way that I looked as a kid, and this shoot was for younger Tunde to be celebrated in my body for my flaws and all. It is for every single person who has never felt comfortable in their own skin.
I love
really
that.
incredible.
Love
Well
it.
said.
I know.
All right, so you're going to show us by jumping right into this workout. We've got some Today fans, NBC staffers. So let's just get to it.
All right, so this is a quick 10-minute workout that you can do at your home for arms and core. All you need is music and some dumbbells. We're going to start with grab your weight. We're going to start with our arms, and then we'll finish this workout on the floor. We're going to go into some bicep curls to hammer curls. So in a bicep curl, your palms are facing up towards your shoulder, and then you're going to come back up and flip your grip so that your palms rotate and face inward on the way in. So this is a really great way to maximize on time, targeting both heads of your biceps. You're doing great.
Oh, thank you.
And in a suit. I'm
a
wildly
2-pound weight.
impressed. Yeah.
Does it matter how heavy they are?
So I would recommend anything from about 5 to 20 pounds. We're working with a
little lighter dumbbells today. Don't want to break too much of a sweat in our beautiful attire, but I'd recommend about 10 to 12 of the bicep to hammer curl. From there, we're going to go into an overhead extension. This is going to target the back. Now you feel it. This is going to target the back of your arms. So make sure to keep your elbows rotated in, almost framing your hairline. Wonderful. And
Tunde, how far do you go back when you do this? I'll try this at home sometimes and try to figure out like what's the right point.
You're killing it. I would say you want to keep your hips tucked. So once you start to notice that your hips are flaring, maybe you're going back a little bit too far.
I should start working out of my dress shirt. This is a good strategy.
Right? You start to feel it quickly, right? Even the light dumbbells will attack you too. The same thing here, about 10 to 12 before you move on to our final arm movement, which is an L raise. So this is going to target your shoulders, specifically the front and sides of your shoulders at the same exact time. Core stay strong, hips stay tucked.
You know what?
Right?
It's one of those things where we have no excuse because you can do this at home.
You can do it at home. You can do it at the airport. You can do it while you're waiting for your laundry to dry. I say create a playlist, 3 to 4 songs, and again, you can bang this out really quickly in a matter of 10 minutes. So we're gonna put our dumbbells down. So those first 3 movements, 10 to 12 reps 3 times through. We're gonna finish out with some core. Now, advanced version, you can hold on to a dumbbell. Feet are planted on the ground. We're going into a Russian twist. We're gonna twist from right to left. So from side to side. Now, if you're like my guy Peter, who is on his Peloton just about every single day, this is easy for him. And so Peter and I were gonna pick our heels up off the ground.
Was this necessary?
Progression to this movement. Very nice. Yes. Working from side to side.
You know who's appreciating you saying that? My wife, who knows that is not. Who knows that is not true.
You gotta wear the badge, right? The Peloton badge.
Girl, how long are we supposed to do
So we're
this?
here for 30 seconds. We're gonna fast forward. This is like this is a fake 30 seconds. You're gonna set your dumbbells down. We're gonna go into our last and final movement, a hollow hold. So back is completely flat on the mat. It's so flat that even an ant couldn't crawl underneath you. So we're gonna pick our left foot up. Nice. You can tuck your hands underneath your booty. Right heels come off the mat. Head, neck, and shoulders lift off the mat. The higher your feet, the easier this will be. The lower your heel to the ground, the more challenging this will be. And we're gonna hold this. We're gonna light our campfire. We're gonna hold this for 30 seconds.
Walk up. How you feeling?
So we have a commercial.
I want one of those milkshakes. No one was. Why wasn't I offered the milkshake?
The milkshake's sitting
for 3, for 2, and 1. Sit it up, everybody. Great job.
I think I'm stuck.
How do you feel?
I actually feel really good.
Right?
I feel like we did something.
I
Hopefully
know.
you did it with us as well. Thank
I
you
hope
so much.
I hope we got another milkshake.
Love that. Our workout partners, thank you guys so much.
Thank you guys.
Are you so happy you joined us? We have some milkshakes for you right in the back. And congratulations, seriously.
Thank you so much.
Is it bad that I can't breathe? Sorry.
I know, I am out of breath. All right, coming up, the category is Jeopardy champ. Amy Schneider is live to tell us about her historic run on the show, and we'll put our trivia knowledge to the test, too. And then later, we're eating again. Cal and I had a smashing good time in the kitchen. We are going to share one of our family's favorite weeknight dinners that's so easy you can make it tonight. We'll be right back.
Tunde, that was fun.
I know, so good.
are starting the week with some Jeopardy-style trivia. Are you guys ready? Our next guest is the most successful woman to ever compete on the iconic game show.
The answer is, who is Amy Schneider? She won 40 consecutive games, the second longest winning streak in the program's history.
Wow. Well, now Amy is releasing her first book titled In the Form of a Question, The Joys and Rewards of a Curious Life. And it hits shelves tomorrow, and she's here to tell us all about it. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So tell me, why now? Why did you decide to open up in this way?
I did not expect to become a public figure. It happened, very suddenly. And when I did, I realized that I had just been sort of, I was these little 10-second anecdotes on Jeopardy, and people were just saying this little slice of myself. And I thought that, I wanted to show more of myself, and especially as, I knew that in the Jeopardy audience, I was like a lot of people's first encounter with a trans person. And I wanted to, give a complete story of what that experience is like, because it's something that, many of us, I was not raised with any understanding of that. And so it's a story that needs to be out there, and there's not time on Jeopardy to share it. So I was excited to get to.
So that's important, the lesson that you're teaching a lot of people right now. You have obviously answered a lot of questions, but one of the toughest questions for you to answer, I understand, is how are you so smart? How'd you get to be this smart? Why is that such a tricky one?
Answers, yeah.
Well, part of it is that I grew up, I do just have a good memory. That's just sort of genetic, and I'm lucky. And, I had a lot of, envy and, from fellow students growing up. I just got good grades. I do well on tests. But I eventually came to realize that when people ask me why I'm so smart, as a grown-up, they're not being, resentful or defensive. They just want to know how they can
Genuine.
how they can know more things.
Yeah.
And then when I thought about it, I was like, yes, the memory is helpful. But I was also just raised by parents who encouraged me to like learning things, to be interested in knowing more stuff. And so ultimately, the reason I know so much stuff is because I like knowing it. I like learning new things.
It's interesting. It's a hobby.
Yeah,
right?
it absolutely is.
Things.
Yeah.
You were alluding to it earlier, but the fact that representation is so important on TV. But you also say that you being on the show helped you as much as you're helping people watching. How so?
Yeah, absolutely. I for a while, first after transitioning, I thought I could never be on TV because I was too uncomfortable with myself and getting used to my new presentation and everything. And I still, going into when I was going to be on TV, I still had a lot of negative thoughts about myself, negative thoughts about my self-image. And then being on TV for, 40 nights.
There's nowhere to hide.
Yeah.
Where it's this is it.
And it was it forced me through that. It was throwing me in the deep end. And it was fine, and once I saw that, I was like, oh, maybe I'm actually okay.
Hey, Amy, talking about throwing us into the deep end, can we try this for a second? Will you play our Jeopardy host? We have a little Today trivia. We don't know the questions yet, but we're going to be your contestants if you'll just lead the way for us.
Oh, yeah, no, I'd love to. And this is
do you guys have buzzers?
No.
Okay, we'll raise. Fine, go for it.
This is going to be great. I love having the answers on the card.
I
know. All right.
All right, so I guess I'll take Today trivia for 200.
Yes.
All right, there we go. This musical was the inspiration behind Alan Craig's Broadway-themed Halloween costume. Yes, Dylan.
I will say Hamilton. What is Hamilton?
There you go. That is correct.
That was a near miss.
I know. Sorry, I forgot what we were doing.
I love that.
All right.
All right, for 400, please.
Let's do it. This Today host was born in Santa Monica, California. Yes.
Who is the Carson Daly?
That is
that was
correct.
you.
No. I'm Oakland, California. I'm where Amy's from.
That's right. Yeah.
All right, do I take one?
Yeah. Let's do it.
You got the answer right.
Oh yeah, you should take it.
Me? Oh, right. Okay, I'll have a daily. I hope for the daily double today for 600, please.
All right. This band kicked off the 2023 City Concert Series.
Oh my gosh, Dylan.
Oh, all right.
Am I the only one that watches this show? Who are the Jonas Brothers?
Oh, God.
That is correct.
I just didn't know that they were.
All the weekends flow together. Can we do another one?
For 800, I'm just going to keep running the table. This is fun.
Right. Okay.
Today aired its first broadcast in this year.
I'm going to let you guys guess. I know this answer.
All right.
I'm going to say, what is 1956?
No, incorrect. Close.
You try.
What is 1955?
No.
What is 1952?
That is correct. That is the impressive one. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, for 1,000, for 1,000.
Last one.
Let's do this. Keep this run going. This monkey appeared on air during the early
Come on,
years
ladies.
of today.
I forgot. I'm
I've
drawing
seen
a
his
blank on the
picture.
name.
I've seen this picture.
What is it?
Yes.
Who is J. Fred
Muggles?
Muggs?
We'll give you part of the credit for
Who are the Muggles? Amy Schneider, we're so glad you're here. We're embarrassed by our
I
performance.
was just about
Nice
to
see
say,
you.
I'm being sent home.
Great, like fantastic.
That was so awesome.
Fired,
Amy, thank you
fired.
so much.
Thank you.
It's so funny. So many of us watch Jeopardy and we're like, oh man, maybe we could know some. And then you get there and you realize it's a lot harder.
Yeah.
They don't generally have this detailed Today
Yeah.
trivia on it. But, yeah.
Maybe they
Amy,
should.
thank you.
Maybe they
Again, the book in the form of a question is out tomorrow.
All right, coming up, I'm cooking with Cal and sharing our family spin on a winner chicken dinner.
Do we get to
Right
try
back. Yes, we do. This morning in Cooking with Cal, my little sous chef and I are sharing a classic recipe. It's perfect for a quick weeknight dinner, and we even made it gluten-free for Calvin. Take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Chicken cutlets with arugula salad.
Chicken cutlets with arugula salad. I think we should start with the salad dressing, right? Then we could just set it aside. We're gonna use lemon juice, olive oil, and salt and pepper. Push and twist. We're gonna add a little salt, a little pepper, a little more. Okay, mix, really mix, really mix. What I do, I take the full chicken and I like to cut off what's called the tenderloin.
Can you hold it and I cut it?
Sure, cut that piece off.
Where?
Cut it off right there.
Disgusting.
Okay.
Why does it smell so bad?
I don't know, it's raw chicken. Now, you see this little piece in here?
Yeah.
That's the tenderloin. So watch this. I stick this through my fork,
If you don't like it,
pull it out.
I like it.
Sometimes I'd cut the chicken in half,
Yeah.
so it's two thin pieces, but tonight I think we should pound it out nice and thin.
Okay.
Like that.
Have you ever done this?
Yeah. And we're gonna take something heavy, and we're just gonna smash it. Now, normally, when you bread chicken, you do flour, eggs, breadcrumbs.
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
But because we're cooking gluten-free, we're not going to do the flour. We're just going to do eggs and breadcrumbs. Now, these are seasoned gluten-free breadcrumbs, but we're gonna season them up even more, okay? Okay. That looks good. I'm gonna add extra salt.
Wow, how salty is this thing?
Well, the salt makes it all taste really good. Like this, remember? Now, when you do chicken, you gotta keep a wet hand and a dry hand, okay?
The dry hand.
So this is gonna be my wet hand. I'm gonna do it because I don't want you to touch raw chicken. So I'm gonna use my wet hand for the chicken and the egg.
And your dry help.
I'll be my dry guy.
Yeah, I could be the dry guy.
Go on there. Okay. Down.
Yeah. That hurt.
Nope.
Oh. Oh.
So, take it out. Seems like a lot of salt, Calvin, but this is what makes it taste so yummy. Just a little dressing. Okay, now toss it with your hands.
Toss what?
Just go whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
I remember this.
Okay, now put our chicken here. Perfect. No, we're all on top. And then to make it look fancy, watch this. You just take a potato peeler and you just...
I did that?
Sure. There we go. Do you love it? For these recipes and more, head to today.com/woo. Isn't that yummy?
This is delicious.
And that's gluten-free.
I liked how you got rid of that little weird thing on the tenderloin, because we always like tear it in half by accident.
I know, and it's always like that weird thing. Once it's cooked, you don't want to chew on it. But Katie actually used gluten-free breadcrumbs.
I was just about to say,
and you'd never know.
You would never know.
No.
There are some people who would think if it's gluten-free, it's not going to taste the same. This is delicious.
I love
and the little
lemon
salad on top just makes it
arugula.
nice and fresh.
Yeah.
My boys didn't eat the salad, so.
I want to do like a top 5 or something, because this will be in the top 5.
Well, thank you. Thank you very
Delicious.
much. So try the recipe, and we'll be right back.
Which is
Very, very good.
Joe.
And easy. You know what's good when we still have our plates.
I'm so glad you like it.
They don't serve this at the White House. I'll take this back to D.C. with me.
I love it.
Thanks for being here, Peter. Tomorrow in the third hour of Today, we have Elizabeth Hurley.
Up next on Hoda and Jenna, Mindy Kaling.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. Volcano trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Today we're catching up with the lovely and talented Mindy Kaling. Plus, internet sensation Brittany Broski and the viral moment that changed her life. And Justin's got the latest scoop on your favorite celebs.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda and Jenna. It all starts right now.
Hey, everybody! Hey, it's the second day of October. It is Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
It sure
we
is.
are pretty in pink.
It's a new month. It's a new week.
New month. Oh,
it's all the new things.
I have some special breast cancer earrings from a friend of mine, Jennifer Miller. For you, special.
Thank you. I feel like today
you don't have to wear
is-
them right now.
Oh my gosh, they're beautiful.
Aren't they cute? Anyway, you could wear those. Some of the money goes to BCRF,
I
but
think I
they're
can
really.
put them in.
Here, let me help you. Okay, you got it?
I got it.
You got it? All right. Okay.
Okay, Mindy Kaling's
We
here.
are so excited. Mindy Kaling is here, and she's got so much to talk about. You and Mindy look cute as
Is that
can
cool?
be. You are the coolest.
Do you like just
You know what I
one?
like about you? You're like downtown. You got 3 piercings. You just got
I might
it
go
going
get a new
on.
piercing today because my little goddaughter-ish, she's not really my goddaughter, but I call her that, is in town. It's her 10th birthday. She's right over there, and we might go get our ears pierced together.
Wait a minute.
Yes. Oh, wait, there she is.
Wait, she's your goddaughter?
That's my goddaughter.
Oh.
That's my college roommate,
Yeah.
Gloria.
Mhm.
And that's her daughter, Kit. So we're going to go get our ears pierced.
Oh my God, how many do you have so far? How many piercings?
Oh, I thought you meant godchildren.
Well, you probably have about 8.
I have the same amount of godchildren as I have piercings. A lot.
Oh, yes.
So
All right.
anyway, maybe I'll get one more with her.
You're so cute.
What do you think?
I think you're very cool. You're very downtown.
Okay, and anyway, Mindy Kaling's here. We're excited.
We're going to catch up with her in just a little bit. It's going to be fun.
You had such the weekend.
I had the weekend.
You had such the weekend. Your high school reunion.
Let me tell you something. It was okay. I went to Fort Hunt High School.
Yes.
And that school has been closed down for 38 years. Do you know what happened when they had a reunion for the whole school?
What?
Everybody came.
Oh.
Everybody came. It's a public school
Yeah.
that has put out like incredible people, like a Pulitzer Prize winning author, a design expert, astronauts, senators, blah, blah, blah. Yes, they're all there. Those guys, those are legends. I cannot believe that there are so many people there. That was the football coach. Like when you walked
was the
up.
football coach
yes,
when you were
Coach
there?
Granetti, Mr. Dietze was there. I couldn't even call them by their first names. I mean, you know
That
how you
was your
do that.
teacher, Mr.
Dietze, he was the athletic director. I was, and there's my sister and some. Look what's happening.
they were dressed in cheerleader
Oh my God, it was
costumes.
like old home week. I could still spin it. You know that.
Yes.
Anyway, it was so fun. And at the end, I was telling a story about how I was a late bloomer in high school and a late bloomer in life, and all the best things in my life happened after 50. And I talked about how I had my girls after 50, and I brought Just Hope. My Haley was with my mom, enjoying some grandma time, and I said something. I said, you know, one of the best calls I ever got in my life was when the phone rang and it was the adoption agency, and I didn't know what a birth felt like. I've never given birth to a child, but when you get a phone call and you listen, and I said hello, and the woman on the other end, the adoption agency, said, "She's here," and I thought, "She's here," and so. When I was at my reunion and I said to Hope, and she's here, and little Hope came buzzing up on the stage, not afraid of anything, wearing my old high school cheerleading uniform. Anyway, it was a fun weekend. I got to see old friends. And
you know
it was
what's
just
so amazing
so
about
cool.
that is that I feel like those reunions sort of automatically make you take stock of where you've come from and then where you are.
Yes.
And I bet, you know, in high school, those were your dreams, right?
Yes.
Like part of it was this, part of it was that,
Yes.
having a babe.
Yes.
And there you are on the stage
with the
celebrating
babe.
both of those things.
It was like one of those kind of pinch me amazing moments. And I think to see so many people, like to see old friends, it was just so, you know how you're looking at someone's name tag and you're like, oh my God, you know, it was like Michelle Gayheart, you know, when you just look at someone's tag and you just can't believe that they're standing in front of you. But anyway, it was beautiful, and I want to say thank you to all the Fort Hunt Federals. Let's go.
Oh, I love it.
Girl.
I love it. Okay,
so.
so.
And they asked about you 1,000 times. You're very popular.
I wish I
in
could have
Federalville.
gone with you.
Oh,
I would have just wanted to hook you up with all the boys, though.
How's
you know what
Jenna?
I mean?
How's Jenna? I'm like, Jenna's good. Let's get back to me.
By the way, I'm the type of person that looks at your Instagrams. It's like, I'm like, now who is that man?
Who?
Well, there was one of the men.
Oh, Mike Novogratz.
Yeah.
He was another. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it seems he's married upon Google search. But we need like a Mike rollograph for you.
Novogratz. That's a legendary family at Fort Hunt, okay? The whole family.
Okay, you guys. Last night I turned into football. Y'all know why I turned in, though, right? Tuned in.
You still would have watched, though, don't you think?
We watch every game.
Every game.
We watch
but
every game.
This was special.
I was like, when is Taylor going to be on TV, y'all?
It's the Jets. And in New York, that was our game because, we only get New York games.
I know. Although we did get the
Commanders?
Yeah. Versus the Philly yesterday. Because Henry wanted to watch it. Okay. I was laying in bed with Mila and Henry.
Oh, look at Ryan Reynolds and Blake. Everybody was there.
Everybody was there.
Yes.
I was laying in bed, Hoda, and this was our dialogue. Oh no, why does he keep passing it to Travis? They're showing off, and therefore they're going to lose. And
you thought they were showing off?
Yeah,
for
Taylor. And Henry was like, no, Jenna, he's one of the best. That's who he always passes to. And I'm like, I'm like, why is he? No, he's showing off. And Henry's like, no, that's what always happens.
That's how they play.
Like, I was the meme of the people that showed up for Taylor but didn't know any of the details.
You're like, and who's the other guy?
Yeah, and then Mila's like, which one's your boyfriend? Oh, why does he have a mustache, Mom? We got to shave it.
It hurt her feelings.
Yeah, she didn't
Do you remember, I don't know if you recall, and maybe you do and maybe you don't. We were sitting at this table, you and I, and we made a bet.
That's true.
And I believed that Taylor would go to the game because they're dating. And you thought that she wouldn't. Why did you think?
Maybe they were, she would take stock of all the sort of Travis, what do we call them?
Trailer.
All the stuff that was going on.
Swelsey. Do you like that? Some people like Swelsey.
I like trailer. It's easier to say. Okay. Anyway, take stock of all the attention and think, you know what? This may be too much.
Too much.
But you were right.
I said she was going to be there. And we bet, what did we bet?
A McFlurry.
A McFlurry.
Yes.
All right.
So thank you, Justin.
Justin.
So apparently I lost the bet because Jenna sent me to McDonald's at 9 a.m. this morning to get this. And I wasn't even here when it happened.
This is still a frozen. You look very fantastic.
By the way, you actually won the bet.
On?
You won the bet because you got an Egg McMuffin.
Oh, you did?
Don't tell my fitness instructor.
All right. So wait. What's your take on this whole thing?
Are you going to break everything down for us?
I'm gonna. By the way, I have a big take on this, so I'm gonna go back to the wall and I'm gonna break this down for you.
He has a PowerPoint presentation.
I have a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you guys. So last night, she did not only show up to the game, but she did what we like to call in the dating game a boyfriend blitz. It's when you bring your A-team to make sure this man knows that you are the one. So first of all, she went ahead and she got Blake Lively to come. But Blake Lively was only a pawn because what she did was she said, hey, Blake, I would love for you to come, but make sure you bring Ryan Reynolds. Okay, so now what Ryan Reynolds said was, oh, do I have to go? And Blake said, yes, you have to go. And he said, okay, if you throw in 3 Eras tickets for Hugh Jackman, the Wolverine, it will be better. And Taylor said, oh my God, what's a Wolverine? Just go with it. So Hugh Jackman showed up. But what she had to do was she had to show that she was like a normal person. You know what I'm talking about? She had to be like, oh yeah, I have normal friends. So she went ahead. Can I go to the next slide? Yeah, can I get the next slide real quick? So right now she's like, okay, yeah, we're gonna. Sophie Turner, Game of Thrones, is her normal friend. Okay? And if that wasn't enough, there's a woman in there named Melanie who's like her ordinary girl, but she's also a background singer for her. But she went ahead and she stacked it. She even had Sabrina Carpenter working the door. This was insane, okay?
Oh Wait, hold on. She also brought Blake Lively's sister, who, for any of us born in the 80s and 90s, was in the classic movie Teen Witch.
Wait, was she there? Which one is she?
Tom Back.
Yeah,
right
Tom
next to
Back.
Blake?
Yeah, right. No, she's right over here. And by the way, she was only brought there because some of Travis's friends are from the 80s, and she was representing that era because we're in the era store. Okay?
Oh my God!
Now, if you look really closely over here, can you zoom in right here at the exit on the interstate right here? You see the freeway right here? That's where I was. Yeah, right behind this is the freeway. Yeah. That's where I was.
Way to go, Justin.
Oh my God, Justin, we love you.
Hilarious.
We want you to come do PowerPoints every Monday.
Oh my God.
I'm here.
Okay. Coming up
coming
up next, y'all. If you missed the Renaissance tour, we've got some good news.
That guy's got the scoop on Beyonce's gift to her fans after this. This is good.
It's a McFlurry. It is time to get you caught up on all the hot celebrity scoop.
We barely recovered from your PowerPoint. E! News co-host Justin Sylvester is back with everything you need to know. You're so talented, buddy.
I mean, you really are.
Hilarious.
That was so funny. And we usually would, put trailer in here, but we've moved past them. Now we got to talk about the other queen of the summer, Beyoncé.
You guys, if you're planning a wedding on December 1st, if you're releasing a movie or scheduling a C-section, you can go ahead and move it because Beyoncé is taking that weekend. So you know how we've been talking about Renaissance this whole summer?
Yes.
Well, Beyoncé dropped a video last night saying that it was coming to movie theaters.
What?
Okay? It's going to be in movie theaters all over the country. AMC got the bid, and this is going to be the most insane thing you've ever seen in your life.
I watched the preview this morning on her Insta, and I watched it over and over and over again. It feels like there's going to be some personal stuff.
It's like
too,
Blue
right?
Ivy is
Behind
a
the
little
scenes.
girl, and back in the day.
Yes, I think she's showing you a little bit of everything. But you remember Homecoming came out, and not only did she give you the concert, she gave you how it was made. She's going to do the same thing with this. Now,
what?
You saw Beyonce at the Grammys. You know she has those Emmy nominations. What's the one thing Beyonce's missing?
An Oscar?
An Oscar.
She got a Tony already?
She doesn't have a Tony yet, but I don't think she wants a Tony. I think she
Yes,
really
she does. We
the
want
whole
her to be
thing,
an EGOT.
I want her to be EGOT, but she's going for that Oscar.
That's
So you think she's going to get an Oscar in what, short film?
Documentary film.
Documentary
Because
film.
this is going to hit the theaters. And you remember, when Justin Bieber's movie came out, Never Say Never, in 2011, it made over $99 million.
What?
10 years ago. This movie could actually surpass that and be in the 300 million
What
range.
if she wins an Oscar?
If she wins an
Then
Oscar.
she needs a Tony.
Yeah,
Then she needs a
that's
Tony.
great because she can do a Beyonce Broadway show that we can go to. Wait, you have a clip?
We
I have a clip. Let's see a clip of it.
Welcome to Mother's Mind.
At any point, they could close their eyes and be right back there and take it with them.
Now, I charged Coda's credit card for $1,700 to get my ticket, but if you couldn't see Renaissance in person, what an amazing way to give this to your fans.
Brilliant.
I cannot wait to see this.
Speaking of new music, U2 is landing big in Vegas.
We need to get to Vegas
Epic.
fast.
How can we go?
Yes.
First and foremost, how did you not go this weekend? You saw who was
she had
there.
a high
I was at my high school
reunion.
reunion.
If Maria Shriver was my best friend and she texted me,
First,
Let's just put rubbing some salt in some wounds.
Tell me who was in the group that went to go to see you too.
Okay, you guys, if you don't know what's happening, it was Oprah, Gail, Ava DuVernay, and
Maria told
Shriver.
me I was her Gail.
No.
Yes,
I
she
know. Well, I
did.
believe you are, but why didn't you get the call?
I don't know.
Maria.
Well, you know what? Let's not talk to Maria about it now. We're going to get Dr. Phil on this show because y'all have some things to work out.
We do. Okay, talk to us about this.
Anyway. Okay,
I was very
Okay,
busy.
so the Sphere in Vegas has been under construction for 7 years, and it's a $3 billion stage.
Ooh.
Everyone has been vying for this residency
Oh my
for the
God.
last 5 years. And of course, they gave it to the biggest rock stars in the world, U2.
Amazing.
17,000 seats.
Oh, maybe we have to go.
360-foot walls, and get this. It's like the planet. It's like the world.
Immersive.
It's
You're in
immersive.
it.
If you are Spanish speaking, there is a section where if you sit in that section, it gives it back to you
Wait, stop.
in
No,
a
it
different
doesn't.
language.
Stop.
Yes, it's the craziest
What
thing
are
ever.
we-
Wait, is it definitely ending in December, or is there a chance it will be extended?
No, they do this all the time. They say, oh,
Yeah.
limited run. They see how the ticket sales are.
Well,
Yeah, which will be
Epic.
crazy.
Bananas, but we have to go before December.
Let's go.
Don't you know somebody?
I think I
I
might.
know somebody.
I think I know.
I
think
know
you know somebody. You know somebody.
I know Bono, but
Why don't you get on it?
Okay.
Hold on.
Did you have his
You know
text?
Bono?
Yes,
Yeah.
she does. Do you have his text? Remember when he sang to you on your birthday?
yeah, he sang me.
Hold on. You know Maria Shriver, who went with Oprah, and you know Bono, who opened the
I
show,
know, but
and we're sitting
do
here
we have
talking
to
about
go
it.
for opening weekend?
Yes!
We already missed it. We can go for something else.
Yes.
Get on
Okay.
it.
So you guys know this is the
All right.
second time to do this to me. Madonna invited us to a backstage concert at
that's
Jimmy
true.
Fallon, and she punked out on me.
Oh.
Why are you ratting me out?
Well,
Because you
good
sent
to
me to
know.
McDonald's at 9 a.m.
okay, sorry.
All right.
But that you enjoyed that
Yeah.
McMuffin.
Do not forget, you can catch Justin weeknights 11 on our sister network E.
Love you, Justin. Coming up next, y'all, Mindy Kaling, the mom of two, the actress and writer, has a number of new projects in the works. We get to catch up with her right after this. I knew it was brilliant.
Coming up tomorrow,
we catch up with Oscar winner Reese Witherspoon.
And HGTV's Aaron Napier is taking your space to the next level.
Plus, 4-star chef Eric Rapere makes a simple seafood supper.
That's all tomorrow on Hoda and Jenna.
She's an Emmy-nominated writer, producer, actress, author, and so much more. Let's be honest, there's not much that Mindy Kaling can't do.
Now, this busy mom of two is tackling 2 new passion projects. Hi. Let's start with busy mom of 2 because we want to talk about your projects, but we're fascinated by your kids, the way you parent. How is it all going?
It's extremely busy.
Yeah.
Both of my kids are in school now. My little guy is not a baby anymore.
Oh.
He's like fully
How
in
old
school.
is he?
He's 3.
3.
His glasses. Yeah, they're great. Yeah.
Okay, you posted. Well, you're like, how are your kids?
I know.
They're great. You posted something that was really, really beautiful. We want to read it. You said the best birthday gift to me for the rest of my life are these 2 guys. I was never a kid person. When my mom passed, though, it just clicked in me. I wanted kids with such intense certainty. That's just such a beautiful thought.
Yeah.
Do you remember sort of that feeling of like, okay, wait, this is not what I necessarily thought I wanted for my life, but I definitely do.
I mean, gratitude is something I'm working on all the time, and sometimes I struggle with it. But this year for my birthday, I was just looking at these guys. We went back to Boston, where obviously, they'll never get to meet my mother, but that's where I grew up with her. And when I was there, I just felt like, oh man, like the loss of a parent, you've dealt with it, is so intense. And she was like my person. But I was like, at least I have these 2, and I can tell the story of her. And I just felt so blessed.
Do you see little pieces of her in them?
Definitely in my daughter, for sure.
You know what's interesting? My dad passed a long time ago, but to hear my children say his name, just watching his name come out of their mouths is something that's almost surreal. What do you tell your kids about your mom?
Well, they always talk about Grandma Swati and how important she was to me. My daughter says something, I don't know if she knows how important my mother was to me, so she'll say, I miss Grandma Swati, even though she never met her. And I think what she means is I'll miss never knowing her, but I just like that she says I miss her, as though she has this connection with her anyway. And again, having kids makes me feel grateful. I've never really considered myself a spiritual person, and then now that I have these children, it's just making me such a better person all around. So I feel really lucky every day.
One of the things that you're so good at is kind of living inside the teenage mind. You've said that when you were a teenager, and I think we can all relate to this, you were boy crazy. Now that you're in your 40s, has that changed?
The boy crazy?
Yes.
Definitely it has. I think when I was younger, I was so far away from anything close to attention from boys. So
we understand that.
So I just like imagined it. And I have this overactive imagination because even then I was like a writer and I think in a creative. And so I just used to love these stories about people falling in love and going to movies and seeing Meg Ryan and Tom Hanks and romantic comedies and all that, because it was like science fiction to me. It was so far away from anything that I was part of.
Do you have room in your life right now for romance? Do you see that?
I mean, I'm still, I think, a romantic at heart. And I think, you know, I write these stories about people finding love when they least expect it. So, of course, I'm open to that. And I believe in magic and timing. And my father, after my mother passed away, found my stepmother, you know, and he's an Indian man, and he was like in his 60s, and he moved to LA without knowing anyone. And then they met in the same apartment building, and they are such an amazing couple. So people find love, you know, in places, unexpected places.
Right at the right time.
Yeah. So I don't know about it for me personally right now, but I'm always open to it.
We have to talk about one of your new projects, which I'm wildly obsessed with, which is your new book studio.
Yes.
This is so cool. I love what you're doing.
Well, you love reading so much. You love reading as well. And Mindy's book studio, I'm working with Amazon Publishing. And what's so amazing is like their entire focus is my focus, which is finding emerging diverse writers, women. And I love stories, again, about love, romance. I love comedy. And so the book that came out today is called Woke Up Like This. And it's right up my alley. It's so funny. It's by this incredibly talented writer named Amy Lee. And it's like, I feel like we grew up together, this woman, and our interests are so aligned. It's about high school. It's so funny. And time travel. So
wait, high school time travel?
Stop it.
Romance.
And hilarious?
Yes, it's like, it should be a movie. I'm just obsessed.
One day, will you be making it into a film? Or
I mean, fingers crossed. Yeah, everyone should read it. But, you know, that would be the ultimate dream.
You've got two big new ventures. The second one is in the beauty lane. What are you doing in that lane?
Well, I feel so honored just to be a part of this. So I am in my 40s, but I still break out because I really love my skin. And it's like,
why didn't anybody tell us that was going to happen?
Never. I thought that was like after 16 years old,
Totally.
done.
Over.
So I still break out, and I get hyperpigmentation because I have dark skin. And I'll get these marks that last forever.
Yeah.
And there's this incredible product that was sent to me by these two amazing women. Lion Pose is the name of the brand, and it's called Unspotted 4X. And it's like a chemical peel in a bottle, but it costs like a fraction of the cost of a chemical peel.
Yeah.
It's completely safe for all skin tones. And it's available in Sephora. I love this product. I have invested so much of my own money in this product.
Yes.
And I really believe in it, and it's helped my skin tones. I'll say this, they do clinical testing on women with all skin colors.
Yeah.
And
So good.
not a lot of brands can do that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be at Sephora today in Soho.
Oh, amazing.
You guys should just come.
Oh my God,
we
drive
wanna
by.
come.
Yeah, come
All right.
by.
We love Sephora.
and-
We love Lions Post. Thank you. You gave us a little product.
I gave you some. You're going to love it.
Thank
We're
you.
going to try it. Okay, don't go anywhere, because guess what? This lady's going to stick around, and she's going to play Never Have I Ever.
Yes.
Parenting
Excited.
edition after this.
We are back with the always entertaining, incredibly awesome Mindy Kaling. The producer, writer, and actress is also a mom of two adorable kids.
So we thought this would be a lot of fun. Let's play the game Never Have I Ever Parenting Edition.
Okay, we all know how this works, y'all. We're going to read a situation. Oh, and then we all have to admit if it's true or false.
Oh, we thought it was just Mindy.
Oh.
Sad.
Mindy, we'll play with you.
Okay, here we go. First one. Never have I ever lost, in quotes, an especially annoying toy.
I have never.
Oh, you've
I
never
have.
thrown away a toy
You've
that
never
was
thrown
that. One of those loud toys, you never threw it in the trash and said,
No, y'all, I want to foster my kids' creativity.
this is not. Oh,
You know what I threw away one
What?
time? Because the loud toys are annoying. My daughter had a toy of me from A Wrinkle in Time. It was like almost like a Barbie doll type toy.
Yeah.
But I hated seeing her like obviously naked thrown around the house, and I was like, this is weird. That's like me. So I like put
Threw it
clothes
away?
on it and just like
And
put
what-
it away.
did she ask about it?
She did ask
Yeah,
about it.
did you lie?
And I did lie.
Yeah.
What you
See,
say?
you know
It
what?
got lost
It
under
got
the
lost.
bed or
I
something?
said sometimes if your Barbies don't have clothes, they disappear.
They disappear. I like it.
Okay, never have I ever accidentally locked my kid in their room.
Of course.
I have never. I don't have a
What do you
lock.
mean? You
I don't
lock your kids in your room.
No, I don't have a lock. I don't have a lock on the outside. I only.
You never did that?
Accidentally locked them
Not
in your room?
accidentally,
Oh,
but-
on purpose. You're
Yeah,
like, I've had
yeah,
enough for today?
yeah.
I haven't.
Me neither. I don't have a lock, but they did once lock themselves naked.
Oh, yeah.
Mila and Puppy in my room, and the babysitter had to call me to come home.
Did you come and unlock them?
Yeah, and then they came out naked.
Wait, did they have clothes when they
were
went in?
playing spa. I don't know.
Playing
Nude spa.
Nude spa.
Okay.
Anyway, okay. Never have I ever fallen asleep while my kids were still up. I mean,
I'm sure I have.
Yeah.
The problem is the older your kids get, I mean, we like to go to bed at 7:45.
That's it. Lights out.
7:45.
That's when we go.
Have you ever
night-night.
done the trick where you're like, why don't you guys draw me while I'm sleeping? And they like, you've never
Wait,
done that?
what?
Where you lie on the couch and you tell your oldest daughter, like, why don't you practice drawing me?
And then it allows you to take a nap.
And then you
allows you to
sleep?
take a nap.
Or
Yeah.
read or something.
All right. Never
Yeah.
have I ever let my child eat off the floor. Of course.
Yo,
Listen.
What planet is everyone on?
I haven't, so I don't encourage it, but has it happened? Yes.
What
But
if your
also the
child
floors
dropped?
aren't that gross.
They're not. Okay.
Okay.
What if my daughter dropped a bagel, cream cheese side down, right on,
the
floor?
street?
No, not on the street. Just on the floor in our house.
And
We
you let
picked-
her eat it?
Absolutely.
With all the stuff stuck on it?
Absolutely. I
Was there
said
a little
3
Cheerio from a
seconds.
couple
I looked,
days ago?
And she goes, "How was it?" I go, "Perfect."
Was it dusty?
Go.
Oh,
Yeah. No, there is. My kids have immune systems that'll break the bank. Okay.
Well, you know what? We went to Paw Patrol this past
Yeah.
weekend.
Oh, how
and my
was
son-
it?
Did you
It
see
was-
my kids there?
It was, first of all, fabulous.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
I love Paw Patrol.
I love it too. And it was my son's first movie
Yeah.
ever. And it was the first time he'd eaten movie popcorn.
Yeah.
Oh.
And so he dropped it on the ground and he just got onto
Yeah.
the sticky, disgusting, it's not like Hoda's clean kitchen floor. And he's just eating it. And it took me a second to be like, what are you doing?
He was like,
So,
"What?"
You know,
And
I
then
did
did you
it
just start
yesterday, 2
singing
days ago.
Paw Patrol,
Paw Patrol, be there on the double.
I mean, that's going to be in
Okay.
our head all day. You're welcome.
You guys know that so well.
Yeah,
Yes,
well, it's on
we
all
sure
the time.
do.
To find out more about Mindy's latest picks from her book studio,
That's
go
so
to
cool.
today.com/books.
I love it. Coming up next, y'all, internet sensation Brittany Broski and the viral moment that changed her life. After this.
Mindy!
Fun, Mindy.
She is one of the biggest names in social media, Brittany Broski. She's got more than 10 million followers on TikTok TikTok and YouTube. And yeah, she's got a podcast too, which is why she is in our Hot Pods hot seat today, the host of the Broski Report.
Okay, we're going to chat with Brittany in a moment, but first, let's take a look at her rise to social stardom.
Is this what I'm choosing to do on God's internet?
Brittany Broski is the internet's best friend.
I want to share it with my team. Okay? You guys are the team.
And fans find her unfiltered, unbothered, and unbelievably hilarious.
Hey, I'm about to take a nap. Would you wake me up when I bring them snacks around?
She refers to her millions of followers as Broski Nation, and they've cheered her on through appearances on red carpets and being named to Forbes 30 Under 30. But before the fame, back in 2019, Brittany was working in a bank in Texas when she posted a video of herself tasting kombucha for the first time. It went viral.
No. Well,
she left the bank and built an online empire, posting makeup experiments, funny characters, and even getting to meet her idol, Harry Styles. Now Brittany has started her own YouTube talk show called Royal Court and a podcast, The Broski Report, a one-woman monologue covering everything from music to art history to dating and more.
I'd like to apologize in general for the amount of pining and yearning that I do on this podcast.
Throughout this wild ride, one thing has remained constant: her gratitude.
I feel so just immensely, irrationally lucky.
Oh,
Brittany!
Oh my gosh, Brittany!
My God, first of all, what a ride, girl. Wait, 4 years ago you were at the bank?
Barely, yeah.
So
your life
tell us
changed in
about
4
that.
years.
Yeah,
Licensed insurance agent as well.
Okay.
Now look at that.
And now look what we're doing, girl.
Wait, so your bank manager was like, you're too popular? What was the deal? Why did he say?
I got fired because they said it's unbecoming of a young professional. And I said, can't argue with that. Can't argue with that. But I feel like to really attract customers to the bank, we could have really, I think it's a missed opportunity on their part.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
But think about what you've built.
Yeah.
You let something that probably felt like a closed door open up an entire new career for you.
It's insane. Honestly, what I had no idea, I don't think anyone did, what TikTok was about to turn into. You know, at the time it was like, what's this fun, stupid little app? And now it's like, what's life without TikTok?
But a lot of people have a moment, but they don't know how to turn the moment into something magnificent.
Sure.
Yeah. How did you do that? What did you do?
You know, it's important to me, especially as a woman, that I didn't let people pigeonhole me online. And the podcast is important to me because it's an opportunity to do that. I can talk about who I'm obsessing over, you know, my music taste and all that. But I also talk about, you know, bodily autonomy and like women's rights and religious trauma and things like that. That like, I want to show people that whole, you know, the whole multifaceted version of a woman.
And who you are.
Yeah.
Okay, Broski Nation are your fans. And you call yourself the dictator.
Or autocrat. Whatever you want.
How are you as a ruler?
Ruthless. Ruthless and no mercy.
What are those your fans mean to you? It must be wild.
It's so funny because I literally treat it like I am a mad king, like from Game of Thrones. Like I've just lost it. And they play along. They're like, yes, Supreme Leader, we need to put her in a hospital. Like it's so
And you know what's the best thing about you? I mean, you don't need a stitch of makeup. You don't care. You're just doing you.
This is my natural look. Thank you for saying it. Thank you for mentioning it.
But I do love that because people who are watching are probably like, I'm in love with this person who's not at all concerned in this moment.
Yeah,
with,
it's not like you're creating something
an image,
that's
some false
totally
image.
filtered. You're 100% yourself.
Well, because this is how I look. I mean, not this. I'm like looking at myself on the feedback monitor. That's not how I look usually. You know, but it's like, I don't really have a problem being like, this is my face. I look like my parents. You know, like I love that. It's so nasty and not real on social media where it's like, if I can just be on the set, which is in my house, I built it in my house.
By the way, your set is absolutely
so
spectacular.
Cool.
Thank you so much.
Are your parents freaking out?
At first, I will say, my dad was like, what are you gonna do? Because I got fired. And I was like, I'm putting in an application at Texas Roadhouse, like, I promise, I'm gonna get this rent money. And they're so supportive now. Like, they really
must be so wildly proud of you. Okay, wait, you do a little thing, right, where you do a Broski report.
Yep.
You're gonna give us, and the nation, not just Broski Nation, but the entire nation.
Yeah, we want to hear what you're obsessing over.
We've created a
You're welcome.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
Let's go.
This is so rich. Okay, guys, welcome back to the Broski Report, starring me, your host, Brittany Broski. Today, we're covering 3 incredibly important things. Number 1, we as a nation did not talk about Avatar, the movie, enough. I mean, we did, but not about how hot he is. Jake Sully in the movie, very hot, the ideal man. Yep, thank you for putting it right here. The ideal man, 8 feet tall and blue. Okay, really into that. Number 2, yeah, man. Number 2, we're gonna talk about Hosier, okay? Because just saw him at Madison Square Garden.
All right.
Sobbed, peed a little bit.
Peed a little.
What? Peed a little in my pants.
Because you were overwhelmed or crying?
All of the above.
Okay.
Emotions. All of the above, yes.
Okay.
He is one of the greatest living musicians. That's pretty much all I just wanted to say there. And we need to give him his flowers.
Wait, is that you watching?
That's going to be me sobbing openly at the MSG show.
Okay.
So, number 3, I think we'll just go ahead and move into Pedro Pascal is going to be, I think, and he doesn't know it yet, my mate in the most primal sense. I believe he is my mate, and I don't think he knows it yet. So that's just really...
Well, the good news is you're putting it out there right now.
You say it! Girl, you can do anything. We're convinced.
No, yeah. They're going to watch it and be like, do not let her near him. But no, I love him so much. I think he is such an incredibly talented actor, and I'm so glad he's had his renaissance recently.
Well, Brittany, you're having yours.
We adore you.
We love you, Brittany.
Yeah, it's fun to watch your renaissance.
Catch the episodes of the Broski Report wherever you get your podcasts. Check out Royal Court. It's on Brittany's YouTube channel. Way to go, girl.
Thank you, Brittany. Coming up next, y'all, it's the debut of our new fall game. Get ready for our fall crawl, right? After.
Come on. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Gerard.
Oh, Gerard. That's a strike.
Today we're kicking off a new game. It is called Fall Crawl. And here to play with us is our friend Kelsey Bridges. She's from Virginia, here with her husband Nathan, her 4 kids, Parker, Graham, Finley, and Charlie. This is not your first time on the Plaza, is it?
My first time. I was here 13 years ago as your fan of the week. I'm so glad to be back.
Can you believe that? And she only had 1 baby then, and now the baby's all grown up. Okay, all right. So here's how it's going to work. We've got 3 classic games, and it's a race to the finish. So first of all, girl, you're going to bob. You're going to try to get 2 apples from right in there, okay? And then you're going to go over to the next event, and you're going to bowl with those pumpkin bowling balls and knock the pins down. Thirdly, you got to get 2 footballs through the tire.
Okay.
All right, we can do it.
Okay, you know what else you do?
What?
If you can complete all 3 games in 45 seconds, you get to spin
45
our
seconds.
wheel. She can do it. Spin our wheel for the fall crawl.
All right.
And you get prizes.
Okay, so here we go. 45 seconds on the clock. Have some fun. Are we ready?
Yes, let's go.
All right, you mark, get set, let's run. Go, girl.
Go.
Oh,
no, her hair was so cute.
I told you. Oh, God. They're hard to get. I told you.
Wait, where you guys?
You guys. Okay, you got those 2. Let's move on.
Pull on.
Come on.
How would that play?
I got you, girl.
Okay, come on.
Come on, girl. You got it. Keep going. Keep going. Go, go, go. You got it. There you go. One more. Come on, girl. One more. Yes.
Okay,
go
okay,
ahead.
hurry,
go,
hurry.
go, 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 go. You got it. You got it. Yes.
Yes,
one. And one more. One more. in?
I think it went in. Oh.
Okay, wait, hold on. Hold on. Oh.
Wait.
Hold on. We love you. Hold on.
Thanks, girl.
Hold on. We got you taken care of.
Thanks.
This is the face of a champion, okay?
Sure is.
I want kids to know this. This is the face of a champion.
It sure is.
Bobbing for apples ain't easy, okay?
Okay, you know what? We think. Spin the wheel. Let's go.
So hard. Let's go.
Spin the wheel.
Come on, girl.
We
All
can't.
right. We can't. You got it, girl.
Let's go.
Come on, girl.
Let's go.
Let's go. Anything is good. Anything is good.
Everything is good.
Everything is good. Everything is good.
How about $500?
Oh, tickets. No, she's on tickets. You're on tickets. What do we got?
Oh, tickets.
All right. So do we do something? Do we go over here? Oh, just read it.
Oh,
all right.
okay.
Kelsey, this is the best show. You are going to Six, the Broadway musical.
Yes. Enjoy 2 tickets to the Tony Award-winning musical that everyone's losing their head over. It's a celebration of girl power, and the cast and music is incredible.
Who's going to babysit?
Oh my
That's
gosh.
really the question. We'll work it out.
Yes.
By the way, we love you. We love your awesome, beautiful family. We're so happy you came back.
Yes.
Thank you for
Look how
playing
cute
with us
they are.
today.
Look at the life
Thank
you built in 13 years.
You're the best.
Pretty amazing. We'll be back right after this.
Yes.
Sorry, you were.
Tomorrow we got Oscar winner Reese Witherspoon.
Oh, we love her. Plus, HGTV's Erin Napier is going to show us how to create beautiful spaces.
Bobby Thomas is going to be here too. But look who's here.
Gerard!
Oh my God.
We have Gerard on a Monday.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back. Here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday.
We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
Sponsored by Walmart.
What up, y'all? Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen.
Pasta is a staple for so many weeknight meals. It's easy to make, pretty hard to screw up, and oh so satisfying. I'm making pillowy soft ricotta gnocchi with peas and parm in a buttery sauce.
And I'm cooking up a creamy chicken stroganoff with baby bella mushrooms.
And I'm whipping up a spicy vegan pasta alla vodka. So start boiling some water.
It's time to use that noodle.
And let's get cooking.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
I have to admit, pasta is one of my go-to comfort foods, so I am very excited to share this recipe with you. The first thing we want to do is take our gorgeous ricotta and actually lay it out in a thin layer on paper towels. Since the ricotta is the base of our dough, we need to remove some of that moisture so it ends up really nice and light and fluffy rather than dense. We are going to let this sit for about 12 to 15 minutes just to make sure that the paper towel absorbs that moisture, but lucky for me, I made one before. And here is how it ends up looking when it is done. Stunning. Okay, so now let's just make our dough. We have our ricotta right here. Plop it right on in. So we have 2 large eggs here. I'm going to crack them right into our bowl. 1 cup of finely grated Parmigiano Reggiano cheese and some kosher salt, just to awaken the flavor. Before we add in our flour, we are going to delicately mix it all together so it creates a really light, fluffy consistency. So now that this is looking really beautifully mixed together, that is when we know it is time to start adding in our flour. It's really important here to add your flour in 1/4 cup at a time because we don't want to develop too much gluten, but we also want to make sure that our ricotta stays nice and fluffy. I'm just going to delicately mix it until there are no more big bits of flour, and we'll just keep mixing. Our final 1/4 cup. There we go, looking good. Now it is time to shape our gnocchi. And then we're going to take our dough mixture, kind of form it into a bit of a, it feels so good. It feels like a baby's bottom. Can we use that in the final cut? It's what it feels like. Okay, and now we're going to dust the top with a bit more flour. And this is my favorite tool whenever I'm making pasta, also whenever I'm cooking to easily pick things up. It is called a bench scraper. It's typically used for decorating cakes, making sure you have a nice smooth line of frosting around your cake, but it does such a good job of picking things up, and it also does a great job of cutting things really evenly. And we are going to cut this into quarters. And the next thing we're going to do is we are going to roll this out into a beautiful snake that is about 1 inch thick. It feels so nice, so soft. I like to cut off the end first, just because this end, it doesn't look as nice. And then what I'll do is I will just keep cutting little 1 inch pieces of pasta. And look at that. They look like little pillows, don't they? Look at how beautiful this is looking. And what we're going to do is we'll take that same bench scraper that we have, lift them up, and transfer them to a parchment lined baking sheet. All right, and we're just going to repeat this with our remaining pieces of gnocchi dough. Looking good. Before we cook our gnocchi, I want to get started on the star of our sauce. This is a lemon butter sauce, so we are going to be using the zest and juice of 2 gorgeous lemons. And I'm going to show you my favorite way to prepare lemon zest. So we're just going to take the peeler and run it along lengthwise on this lemon, pulling the zest off of the lemon. So I'm just gonna remove any of this extra pith. And the reason why I'm removing this pith is because The pith is a bit bitter, and we don't want any of that bitterness. And as you can see, I've stacked up all of this lemon into cute little, almost soldiers, if you will. Take your knife and rock it back and forth along that peel. It smells amazing. And you can see how beautiful these strips are. And then what we'll do is we'll take these shreds and turn them, and then we will run our knife across again to mince that lemon. And it took me a while to master these skills, let me tell you. It really all comes down to practicing over and over and over again. It's really repetition here. And now I'm just gonna take my knife and run through this a few more times. It's smelling absolutely amazing. Look at that zest though. I mean, it's like freshly fallen snow. Okay, let's clean up, get our water a-boiling, and finish up this gnocchi. Our water is boiling. It is time to cook our gnocchi, and you gotta pay attention because this all happens pretty quickly. But I promise you, you have all of the tools to absolutely crush it. The first thing we wanna do is salt our water. I'm taking kosher salt. Okay, this is boiling beautifully, and we can use our fingers to plop these in, because let me tell you, they are light and pillowy, and dropping them all in at once is going to cause them to smush together. We want these to cook until they float to the top, okay? They basically tell us, they're like, hey, what's up? And then to save some time, we are actually going to take our frozen peas and we're gonna pop those in as well. So this pasta water is liquid gold. I call it unicorn juice whenever I'm cooking because all of the starch in the water itself is actually going to help bind our sauce together. And we're going to start adding in our cubed unsalted butter, a couple tablespoons at a time. You really want it to be cold butter because our goal here is to really emulsify everything. Take a whisk. Start whisking everything up. The gnocchi's starting to float. And now we are ready to bring our sauce and our gnocchi together. I've actually turned off the heat. If it is too hot, it may cause your sauce to break. So just make sure you turn that heat off. Next up, we're going to add in half of our lemon zest. How good does this look? Okay, next up, we are going to slowly add in our parm. Keep on mixing it back and forth so that it melts in a nice, even fashion. It is smelling so good. And as you can see, it is really looking super glossy. And it is tasting delish. So add in the lemon juice a little bit at a time. Again, we want to emulsify this in. We don't want to freak out the gorgeous sauce that we just worked so hard to build. It is coating all of those beautiful pillows of gnocchi. And now it is time to plate it up. Oh my gosh, you guys, how gorgeous does this look? Okay, a little extra parm, some freshly ground black pepper, and then I'll take a little bit of fresh mint, a little drizzle of olive oil, gives the pasta gorgeous sheen, and there you go, homemade ricotta gnocchi in a lemon butter sauce with peas and mint. I'm so excited to try this. It is melting in my mouth. The parm adds the perfect amount of nuttiness and saltiness. I don't have any other words to say except I know you're gonna love this. So good.
When you hear stroganoff, you're probably thinking beef, but this creamy comfort food pairs incredibly well with chicken. But the best part about this dish is that it all comes together in one pot. Less mess is always a win in my kitchen. All right, so first what we're gonna do is we're gonna make our dry rub. I like to use a little bit of smoked paprika. You can use the regular paprika too, but I think smoked flavors just bring a lot more body to your recipes. And then a little bit of dried thyme, and then a little bit of garlic powder. Give that a good swish. All right, now let's move on to our chicken breast. Now I've just got some lean, skinless chicken breasts, and I'm not sure about you, but I like to cut mine up into smaller pieces. The reason why, it's gonna cook a lot faster. All right, y'all, let's add this to our bowl. Get your hands all up in there. Don't be scared to get your hands dirty. I'm gonna just rinse off the cutting board and wash our knife so we can prep the mushrooms. Okay, now I'm gonna be using some baby bella mushrooms. I think they're super delicious. I'm just gonna slice this into small slices just like this. So I've got a ton of mushrooms here, and you're probably thinking, yo, Kev, that's not gonna fit in my pan. Don't worry, mushrooms are kind of like spinach. Once you start cooking them and add some heat to them, they shrivel up really, really small. So they will fit, I promise you that. Our mushrooms are cut up. I'm gonna set these aside, and now we're gonna fire up our pan and get cooking. All right, we're gonna place this on a medium high heat. Okay, with it nice and hot, in goes the oil. This is a little bit of olive oil, a little bit of heart health, a little sprinkle of that. Then I like to grab some tongs, and in goes our chicken. Ooh, I love that sizzle sound. We want a nice sear, a nice color on the chicken. There we go. You're gonna wanna cook this for about 4 to 5 minutes on each side, and then look at this. Oh, just lift it up, and look at that beautiful color on the chicken. Move it around a little bit. If you're feeling brave, you can go ahead and toss it, but again, this is a no mess recipe, so the least amount of mess you can make in your kitchen, the better. This chicken is just about ready. I'm gonna move my mushrooms a little bit closer, and then I'm gonna use my tongs. I'm gonna start taking out the pieces of chicken. Oh my God, look at that. It's just looking so good. Kev, you did that. If you're not your best cheerleader in the kitchen, I don't know what you're doing. You gotta just give yourself a pat on the back. Smells so good, it looks so good. Exactly what we want. I'm gonna set this over here. Now, I'm gonna add in the mushrooms now. Now, there's a lot of chicken flavor here. Ready? So we want that. Oh, we've got a good sear here. I'm just gonna wilt them just a little bit by using a little bit of our chicken broth. Just a little bit, just to create some steam. And also, this is gonna help to deglaze the bottom of our skillet as well. I'm gonna get my Salt Bay on. Give me a little pinch of salt, just a little bit. Boom. And the cool thing about mushrooms is that as they're shrinking up too, you know, they're just soaking up all this flavor. So people that say, I don't like mushrooms, I'm like, yo man, mushrooms are like flavor bombs. They make your mouth water. It's that umami factor. More love to mushrooms this year. Now we're gonna try to create a little bit of a thick gravy here. We're gonna add in a little bit of flour. I'm gonna give this a quick toss first. Then we're gonna add in about a cup of our chicken broth. And what you'll see here, you're gonna still deglaze, but you see now the chicken broth is really cloudy, and that's because it's turning into that gravy that we want. I'm also gonna add in a little bit of Dijon. And just keep stirring, and this is looking beautiful. All right, now let's begin to bring everything together. In goes our chicken broth. Reserve some, then grab yourself the egg noodles, sprinkle those on, and then pour in the rest of that broth. And the noodles are going to absorb all of this liquid that's now like a gravy. So we're gonna bring it to a light simmer, and you can see right here inside, got the little light simmer going. That's just about right. And then we're gonna cover and cook this for about 7 minutes. Oh my gosh. I stirred these once. Oof. They are looking good. Always check your noodles. And if you're thinking like, Kev, it's looking a little watery, what am I gonna do? Don't worry, I got you. Remember that it's gonna thicken up as it cools, but also it's gonna thicken up because we're going to add in our Greek yogurt now. Greek yogurt is really high in protein and it's really, really, really thick. And look at this. It looks like I added cheese, but I have not at all. And this is our swap for sour cream. Last bit of work, we're gonna add in our chicken. Well, you can't be here to smell it, but I'm just gonna describe it. We need that smell-o-vision from Willy Wonka. So I'm gonna plate it right here and finish it off with some fresh parsley. You like smothered chicken? Try this chicken stroganoff. You're seeing it first here today, and then today, All Day Kitchen. I'm just gonna hit it with some fresh black pepper. Ooh, look at that. I don't know about y'all, but I'm excited about eating. Here we go. Get a little bit of mushroom, a little bit of egg noodle, and then some of this succulent, lean chicken breast. Oh my God. Yeah, this will make you get happy in church. Ooh, there you go. I guarantee your friends and family are going to love this dish.
On Staten Island, so I can't even tell you how many pasta dishes I've eaten over the years. One of my absolute favorites is penne alla vodka. So today, I'm giving that beautiful pink sauce a vegan makeover. And I'm putting a little twist on that penne too. Let's get started with the crunchy breadcrumb topping. So first, I'm gonna get a small skillet over medium-low heat, and we're gonna add in a little bit of olive oil. So for our breadcrumbs, we're gonna use panko breadcrumbs. I love using panko because it's extra crunchy and it's plain, so we can add anything to it and really manipulate those flavors. And the way we're gonna do that is by adding some red chili flakes because we want this spicy, and a little bit of nutmeg to really round out those flavors and add that earthy component. A little bit of kosher salt, and a little bit of freshly ground black pepper. And we're gonna cook this over medium-low until it gets a nice golden brown color. So we're essentially just toasting it in the pan. This usually takes about 5 minutes to get nice and golden and crispy. This is a test. If it loosely moves in the pan, that means it's ready. So to start off any good sauce, you have to start off with your aromatics. We're gonna start with 1 medium white onion and some garlic. So we just wanna get a small dice on this. And next up, garlic. We're using about 4 cloves of garlic. I just like to give them a light crush to help me with the chopping process. Another great way to prep all of this is actually just blitzing it up in a food processor. Just putting it on chop and giving it a few pulses and it'll all be roughly chopped. So you want to start off with a really large pan and get it over medium-high heat. To this, we're gonna add a layer of olive oil. And we're also gonna add in 1 tablespoon of vegan butter. Traditional vodka sauce is so indulgent and creamy, so we're gonna add a few vegan options to help bring that creaminess to the sauce. So now that our oil is hot and the butter is sizzling, let's go in with our onion and garlic. You also wanna get some salt in at this point because that's gonna help the onions sweat out all of their moisture. Now, I said this was spicy vodka sauce, so now come in our spicy elements. We're gonna add some red chili flakes, but let's not stop there. We're gonna add in one of my favorite chili peppers, Calabrian chilies. And I just so happen to be wearing chili earrings to celebrate the occasion. So we want to cook these for about 5 minutes until the onions are sweating and almost translucent. So now let's go in with our tomato paste. The tomato paste is gonna add basically a really concentrated tomato flavor. So it's gonna feel like we've been cooking this sauce all day, but really we haven't been. So get this incorporated into the onions. So the star of the show, some vodka. No, this is not a shot for me. This is for the pasta. Maybe that'll be later. So once we add the vodka in, all of that alcohol is gonna evaporate, so you don't have to worry about any alcohol actually being in there, but the flavor of the vodka will become concentrated, which is what adds that unique flavor to vodka sauce, which I happen to love. We're gonna go in with some crushed tomatoes. We're gonna go in with a little sugar. Now, don't hate on this. This is really gonna help balance the flavors again. There's a lot of acidity in the tomatoes, and then we also have a lot of spice, so the sugar is gonna help round everything out. As well as some dried oregano. So I actually like to take this and rub it in between my fingers to get the oils in the oregano activated. We want our spicy vodka sauce to be smooth and silky, and in order to achieve that, we're gonna use an immersion blender. This looks great. Look how vibrant that is. It really is starting to look like vodka sauce. So now we're gonna add a few dairy elements to our sauce. We're gonna add a little bit of vegan creamer, as well as some vegan cream cheese. So you wanna make sure to incorporate all of that in, and you can see the color is this beautiful light orange vodka sauce color. We're gonna add in 1 whole sprig of fresh basil. Right in, and we're gonna let that simmer with the sauce. Okay, let's check in our pasta water. Oh, it's boiling. Before we do anything, we always wanna salt our pasta water. And now for our pasta. I just wanna show you guys how fun this is. So this is called a Colony Pompeii. I think Colony means column, and Pompeii is obviously a city in Italy. But to me, it's just a beautiful large fusilli, and it looks delicious to eat. So we're gonna get these in. This pasta is so big, it takes about 10 or 12 minutes to cook. So I'm gonna start cleaning up and get everything out of the way and get ready to plate. pasta looks ready, so let's add it into our vodka sauce. Beautiful. This is so fun. Look at these swirls. And this is liquid gold. This is our starchy, salted water. So we're actually gonna add a little ladle into our pasta to make it even silkier. You wanna make sure to gently combine this with the sauce because we don't wanna break up our beautiful, giant swirls of pasta. Look how fun this looks. I'm so excited to eat it, but we can't forget about our spicy, crunchy breadcrumb topping. So it's now completely cooled, so we can just use our hands to garnish it as if we were garnishing it with Parmesan. And then if we want to be extra fancy, we can add a little sprig of fresh basil. Okay, I've waited long enough, so we're now ready to dig in. I'm so excited to eat this shape. I feel like the proper way is from the bottom. Wow, I think Staten Island would be proud. This is so delicious and so fun. Look at that. Chef's kiss. This is delicious.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Whether you're vegetarian, vegan, or just trying to add more veggies into your routine,
We've got 3 awesome dishes you are going to love.
these vibrant recipes are full of flavor. And we promise you won't even miss the meat. I'm making my fully loaded taco supremes. And I'm taking a classic eggplant parm sandwich to the next level with crispy garlic bread.
And I'm making gluten-free noodles with a spicy peanut sauce.
It's time to set the table and get cooking.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
I'm going to say something that may shock you. I love fast food tacos. That's right, I said it. I know it may sound crazy coming from a vegan chef, but it's absolutely true. They're crunchy, savory, and with the little sour cream, chef's kiss. Today, I'm recreating that drive-thru experience at home with a little vegan twist. And there's something else I really love about fast food taco places, their wacky sides. So let's get this taco party started with my crunchy, spicy potatoes. So I have 1 large russet potato, and we're gonna dice these into small cubes. So you cut your thick slabs, and now we can cut our cubes. The smaller you make them, the faster they'll cook and the crispier they'll be. So now we have our potatoes, so we're gonna get them into a bowl and start seasoning them. So we're gonna whip out my trusty masala dubby. So this is how we traditionally store all of our dried spices at home. So we're gonna add a whole bunch of seasonings to this. First and foremost, some chili powder. You can make these as spicy or as mild as you'd like. I obviously like them very spicy. Some cumin powder because we like that nice smoky flavor. Some unsalted taco seasoning. 2 big pinches of salt. And then a little secret ingredient, black salt. And then a little bit of olive oil. And then some black pepper. And then we toss. You wanna make sure all the pieces are coated well. Now we're gonna take these over to the air fryer. So we're just gonna get our potatoes right into the basket. Just make sure to spread them out evenly so they all cook. Now every air fry is different, but I'm gonna cook these at 350 for 15 minutes. All right, it's time to make our taco meat. You guys ready? We're gonna first start with dicing 1 onion. And this could just be a rough chop, as long as it's all the same size. Great, so we got our onions chopped. And next we want to mince up 2 cloves of garlic. Then we have 2 chipotle peppers in adobo. This is very spicy, but it adds a ton of flavor. So we're just gonna run our knives through the pepper. And again, just a rough chop. This is a little messy, so if you wanna wear gloves, you can. But I like to live on the wild side. So the key ingredient to our taco meat is actually chickpea flour. So we call this basin flour at home, and all it is are dried chickpeas that have been ground down to a flour. But the fun thing about this is it's packed with protein and really absorbs any flavor that you add to it. So I love using this for my meat substitute. We're gonna get our nonstick skillet hot. We're gonna get some neutral oil in. Just coat the bottom of the pan and let that heat up. So you add in your cumin seeds whole, and once they get fragrant and pop for about 30 seconds, we know we're ready to add our aromatics. So we're gonna go in with our onions. Love that sizzle. And add in your garlic. Make sure to get it coated with the cumin seeds and the oil. And at this stage, we also wanna add a little bit of salt to help release the moisture in the onions. Okay, so now that the onions have sweated out and they're translucent, we're gonna go in with our chipotle. Spicy. Now that we've gotten our aromatics and our chilies in there, we're gonna add in our chickpea flour. So for this, we actually wanna reduce the heat just a bit to about medium-low, because we want to toast the flour a little bit before we add in our water. Just give that a good mix. So while this cooks down, there's one more seasoning we need to add from our masala dubby, and that is our Mexican seasoning. Depending on what type of Mexican seasoning you're using, it might look a little bit darker or lighter in color. My final ingredient is lime. You always have to add a little bit of acid to anything spicy that you're making to ensure that the flavors are balanced. And give this a little squeeze into our taco meat. This is smelling amazing. I'm gonna get all of my toppings so we can finish up our tacos. So what makes a taco truly supreme are all of the delicious toppings. So we have diced tomatoes, some sour cream. This is vegan sour cream. Yup, there's tons of variety of vegan sour cream available, and they're all delicious. We also have some vegan cheddar shreds. They also have pepper jack, they have Monterey. Basically anything that you could normally get as a cheese shred, you could get vegan now. All right, let's build our tacos. So we have our cute little shells here. And first we're gonna add our taco meat. So you wanna make sure to get a generous amount of filling. We don't wanna be stingy here. These are supreme. Next up is our vegan sour cream. So let's just take a little dollop right in. Next, our iceberg lettuce, and then our tomato and some of that vegan cheddar. And if you want, a little squeeze of lime and some fresh cilantro. Look how cute this looks. I'm gonna make a few for you guys at home. And we can't forget about our crispy potatoes. So grab a spoon, all of those crispy, spicy taters into a bowl. And to top these, we're gonna add a little dollop of vegan sour cream. Which one should I go for? I think I'm gonna do the middle one. You know what I love about this? Is that there's so many flavors going on, especially within our meat. It's smoky, it's spicy, and then you have the freshness with all the supreme toppings. It's just like a flavor explosion because it has a lot of different textures. This doesn't taste anything like fast food. It definitely tastes better.
Growing up, my family was obsessed with 3 things: sandwiches, garlic bread, and chicken parm. So today I am making a recipe inspired by all 3 of those favorites. First things first, the star of the show, our eggplant. So let's get to slicing it. I'm just going to slice off the top and the bottom. And we are going to slice the eggplant into 1/4-inch thick pieces. So I always like making sure that I have a sharp knife whenever I'm cooking. And I'm always going to make sure that my hand has a good claw going so I can easily grasp that large eggplant. So we're going to lay all of these out in a single layer. And don't worry if they get too close, they're all pals here. And we are going to take them and give them a nice showering of salt. And if you are someone that doesn't want to salt your eggplant, that's fine. You don't have to. I just find it's going to be a little bit crispier that way. Whenever I'm salting something, I love to salt it from nice and high up, and I'll essentially wag my fingers back and forth. And the reason why is because we want to make sure we're getting a nice even coating, and the higher up, the more evenly it will fall. So we're just going to let this hang out for about 5 to 10 minutes so that all of that water can come up and out of the eggplant. And while that's hanging out, let's get started on our garlic. What makes this garlic bread so amazing is the toasted garlic. So what we're going to do is we're just gonna take a nice heavy bottom skillet. We are going to add that garlic right in, and we are going to add in this neutral oil. We're using neutral oil here because it has a higher smoke point. So while we are cooking it, we, first of all, aren't gonna need to worry about smoke going everywhere. And second of all, we are going to infuse that garlic into the oil itself. So we're gonna be left with this amazing garlicky oil that we are then going to fry our eggplant in. It's a double win, and it's a one-pan situation. So what's not to love? It's just joy all around. Let's get working on our parsley, fresh flat leaf Italian parsley. I just like twisting off those leaves and tender stems, okay? Oh, it's already smelling amazing in here. I wish smell-o-vision were a thing. We're working on it. We'll get back to you on that. So with this big bunch of parsley, we are just going to take it and bunch it into a tight ball, okay? And then claw situation here. And you're just gonna take your knife and rock it back and forth to get these really finely chopped pieces. It's important that you have a sharp knife here, because if you're using a dull knife, what's gonna happen is everything's gonna kind of bruise a bit. There you go. So as you can see here, our garlic is getting super toasty. We don't want it to get too golden too soon. So some of them are starting to get a little bit more golden than the others, which means they're just telling us I'm ready for the next step. So we will just take a couple of them out, the ones that look nice and golden. So what I like to do is I just like to turn off the heat, and there's going to be some residual heat that hangs out in this pan that's going to continue cooking these cloves. These are looking stunning, absolutely gorgeous, like they just have a fresh tan, went to the tanning salon, they're ready to rock. So we're going to take our slotted spoon and very carefully drain out that oil by lifting those cloves out giving them a little shake. Let's put them all on this board and get to work smashing these cloves. Okay, these are looking really good. Look at that paste and look at the colors. I'm excited. Here we go. Parsley and garlic, pick that up, pop it into the bowl. Next up, we're just gonna swap these trays around so that I can bring all of my fabulous butter ingredients and bread ingredients a bit closer. The star of the show, unsalted butter. We wanna make sure that it is unsalted and softened so it can easily mix together. Another thing is Parmesan, this beautiful, freshly ground Parmesan, is salty naturally. So we are going to just take our spoon and just start mixing everything together. Put in some work. Okay, our butter is done. It's looking absolutely stunning, if I do say so myself. And next up, ciabatta. Okay, palm of your hand, place it flat on the top of the bread. We're using a serrated knife here, which has these little teeth in it. And the serrated knife is going to allow us to cut through this ciabatta beautifully. Boom, look at that. I have a little offset spatula here. It's gonna do a nice job of helping us spread everything evenly, but let me tell you, if you just use the back of a spoon, that will absolutely suffice. I know this seems like a lot of butter, but I promise you, with the thickness of the bread, it is going to be just right. Guess what time it is? Oven time. We are going to pop it into a 425-degree oven. So make sure you preheat that before for about 5 to 6 minutes until it is nice and golden. Our favorite color, golden brown. While that bakes, I'm gonna clean up a little and get ready to fry my eggplant. We're using the same oil that we used earlier for the garlic, so it is infused with that delicious garlicky flavor. It is shimmering, which is what we're looking for. We want it to be at about a medium-high heat, and then we're going to very delicately lower our eggplant into that oil. And we're just gonna cook this in batches. We're gonna cook it for about 3 minutes per side. And since eggplant is really spongy and porous, it's going to want to absorb even more of that oil. So to make sure that we have a nice crispy eggplant, we're gonna drain it on some paper towels. Okay, these are done. We are going to transfer them to a paper towel and get to work on our next batch. Look how gorgeous and golden these look. I'm going to clean up and get the rest of the ingredients for our sandwich. What I like to do with burrata is I like to take a paper towel and very delicately lift up this beautiful ball of burrata, which is basically like mozzarella's sassy sister, I would say. So we just take that ball of burrata. We are going to very delicately open it up and look at that. It is so creamy and delicious. I didn't say this was gonna be a very neat experience. This is a get your hands dirty kind of sandwich, my friends. We are going to layer on our eggplant, and we're just going to kind of shingle it, because this is really acting as our meat layer. So we really wanna make sure that there is a nice substantial amount of eggplant here. Next up, our warmed sauce. More cheese. It wouldn't be an eggplant parm sandwich without more parm. And last but certainly not least, some fresh basil to brighten everything up. Depending on how big your ciabatta loaf is, you can cut this into 4 to 6 slices. I'm gonna cut it into 4 slices today. Are you kidding me? Gorgeous. And now there is only one thing left to do, and that is to take a bite. This is messy, but it's hearty, and it is delicious, and it is the ultimate eggplant parm sandwich on garlic bread. Is there anything on my face? I'm sure there is, and I don't care.
Plant-based eating and plant-dominant eating is more popular than ever these days. And let's face it, when you eat more veggies, you feel better, so it's a no-brainer. This spicy noodle dish is vegetarian and gluten-free, so it checks a lot of boxes if you have folks in your family that have different dietary needs. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're going to make our sauce. And this is the perfect balance of sweet and salty flavors. So I'm gonna add a little bit of sugar. This is some brown sugar, but you can add some coconut sugar. I'm also gonna add in some water. This is some low sodium soy. Next, we're gonna add in some peanut butter. And be sure that you get the all natural peanut butter, not the kind with the sugar in there. And then some red chili garlic sauce. If you don't have this, some sriracha will also do just fine. Then we're gonna add in some lime. Give this a good whisk. You're going to mix it up until it's nice and smooth. And if you need a little bit of help, you can put this into the microwave for about 15 seconds. Okay, now let's move on to our noodles. These are rice noodles. Some of the fresh rice noodles, though, you only have to blanch for about 1 or 2 minutes in some hot water. These are a little bit different and take a little bit longer to soak and to soften. And don't worry if they're not all the way soft after about 20 or 30 minutes, because we're actually going to cook everything together in a pot, and that's going to loosen them up as well. I'm going to just push these down, make sure they're completely submerged in the hot water. Now let's move on to the star of this dish, and those are our amazing veggies. I love having a 3-color rule, and my 3-color rule is whenever you eat a meal, you want to have at least 3 different colors, and those colors have to come from legumes, grains, veggies, or fruit. We've got a beautiful red cabbage. Slice this up. I'm gonna slice this in half, one more again. Cut out the core here, middle. And if you haven't already, if this is fresh out of the grocery store, just peel back that first layer, just in case. Moving on now to our carrots. We're gonna julienne these. So get yourself a little carrot peeler or your veggie peeler, and just shave down the outside of them. And then we're gonna chop this. So 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. And then put your knife right there on the side of it and you're gonna cut very thin slices of carrot. And then we're gonna stack the pieces on top of one another, just like this. They should lay flat. And then we're gonna move on to the green onion. Now, scallions. You know what? In looking at this, I think our noodles are done. Let me just go ahead and, yep, see that? So I'm just gonna drain these in the sink. All right, noodles finished. Back to the veggie chop. Purple, orange, green. Let's get a little bit of garlic action in here. Mince this up really finely. There we go. Garlic finished. And let's roll up some cilantro as well and dice that up as well. Okay, so we have all of our veggies cut. Let's move on to the tofu. Now I've been letting this rest between 2 plates to squeeze out the excess moisture. Straight out of the package, it's just packed with a ton of water and liquid. And you want to be able to squeeze out that moisture because we're gonna saute this and it will not saute if it's just really watery. And I usually press mine for about 30 minutes, but you can also do this overnight in the fridge. And then we're gonna slice this in half and then into small cubes. All right, so we are finished prepping our ingredients. Let me go grab the skillet and cook all this gorgeous food up. All right, so we're gonna fire up our skillet. This is a nonstick skillet. I'm gonna put it on medium heat. First thing we're gonna do is cook up our egg. I'm gonna be using whole eggs. There we go, whisk this. I'm gonna spray it with a little bit of oil. This is some avocado oil. You know I love the avocado oil being from Texas. And in go the eggs. Doesn't take eggs long to cook at all. And just scramble them up just like this. I take them off the heat just when they're almost finished so that way I won't overcook them. I'm gonna give it a little bit more spray with some avocado oil and in goes the tofu. Ooh, I love that sound. Watch it, watch it, watch it. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Got some low sodium tamari. I'm gonna just sprinkle, 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 sprinkle. Look at that. You can bring it up. Look at that, and all of a sudden, look at that color. Beautiful color. You can bring it up. All right, set this back down, and we're gonna let this rest unbothered. So I'm gonna take a little bit of coconut oil here. Just a little bit, you don't need much. Let that melt. All right, in go the aromatics with the onion, carrot, and our chopped cabbage. It's gonna give us a good toss. Now, here's my rule about cooking up vegetables. You want them to wilt down a little bit, but you still want them to be crisp. And you want them to have a lot of color, right? So I don't want to cook them down so much that I lose the beautiful vibrancy of this, just because that still represents nutrients, antioxidants, fiber, and all those good things, right? Looking great. Now, I'm gonna add in the garlic now. I'm adding in the garlic afterwards because I don't want the garlic to burn and get really bitter. Next, we're gonna add back in our protein. In go the eggs. In goes the tofu. We got protein on protein here. I'm not gonna lie, it looks really nice. Let's add in our rice noodles. And you don't want to overcrowd your skillet, so you may have to do this part in batches and just toss everything together. I like using tongs at this point because you can better mix the ingredients together. Last bit of work, we're gonna add in some bean sprouts, pop of color, cilantro, and we're gonna pour in just a little bit of our sauce. Just keep tossing everything together. I like to stir this for about 2 to 3 minutes, let those flavors really melt together, and then we're gonna plate it up. And don't let it fool you, this is spicy. We're gonna add a little bit of crunch factor with some peanuts. I like to add just a little bit more cilantro, some fresh lime juice, and in personal preference, I like to lift up the flavors just a little bit with some lime zest. Ooh, and there you have it. Look at this beautiful rainbow noodle bowl with spicy peanut sauce. This is such a delicious, hearty, filling dish. Plant-based eating is not all rabbit food. I know you and your family will enjoy this spicy peanut sauce and this amazing rainbow noodle bowl.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen. We're serving up the best brunch ever for the Today table.
We're cooking up 3 cozy dishes that will satisfy anyone on Team Savory
Or Team Sweet.
I'll be making cheesy loaded potato waffles with bacon.
And I'll be whipping up a decadent French toast bake with a bananas Foster sauce. And I'm making 3 colorful rainbow smoothie bowls with homemade granola.
Whether you're planning a special meal
or just want to make the weekends more fun, it's time to build a better brunch.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
When I was a kid, my mom made most of the meals during the week. But on the weekends, my dad took charge of breakfast duty. French toast was his specialty, so I'm getting super nostalgic today with an amped up version of my childhood fave. The bananas Foster sauce takes French toast to the next level in this recipe. I mean, who doesn't love a little rum in the morning? But first, let's get started with the luscious custard. I'm going to start by combining all of my dry ingredients. We are going in with 1 cup of granulated sugar. We are going to add in 1 teaspoon of kosher salt. I'm also going to be adding in some warming spices. So we have our classic ground cinnamon right here. And then as an optional add-on, I'm also going to be adding in some ground nutmeg and some ground ginger powder. My dad only used cinnamon, but I wanted to give it a little bit of a restaurant quality twist. Next up, we are going to add our wet ingredients. We have heavy cream. This is going to make it super rich and luxurious. We have some whole milk. We'll whisk this on up. We're going to add in 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract. I'm actually going to crack my eggs into this measuring cup, and then I will put them into the large bowl. The reason why is if I accidentally get any shells, I'll be very easily able to remove them. Going to break up all of these yolks and give it a nice whisk. We will add that into our liquid mixture. And this is a standard custard that we've just made here. Okay, so now that our custard is done, we are going to butter our 9 by 13 inch baking dish. My favorite way to butter a dish is to actually use a paper towel. It does a really great job of grabbing onto the butter and allowing you to get into all of those nooks and crannies. We are using challah bread today. It just does such a good job of absorbing that custard, and it gives you a really creamy French toast that still has a nice crispy exterior. So we have sliced up this challah into 1-inch thick pieces, and we've dried it out. When you dry out your bread, it actually does a better job of absorbing all of the custard. Okay, time to delicately pour our custard over the top of this French toast. And something that I also really like to do is I'll just take these pieces and kind of press them down into the custard, give it a nice custard bath. It's so funny because when I think about the French toast that my dad used to make, super simple. It was white bread, egg, milk. He didn't even measure it. But the best thing was the song that he sang. He used to, while he'd be making the French toast, he would sing this song. And I remember it very vividly to this day. It goes, French toasty, it's the toasty with the mosty. And he would just sing it over and over again, and he'd be like, sing it with me. And we'd be like, French toasty, it's the toasty with the mosty. Good times, the good old days to be a kid. I like to cover this and pop it into the refrigerator for at least 1 hour to soak up all of that custardy goodness. Then, when I'm ready to bake, I will preheat my oven to 350 degrees, pop this into the oven, and cook it for about 40 to 45 minutes. While our French toast is baking up in the oven, I'm gonna get started on our bananas Foster sauce. We have 3 medium ripe bananas, and we're just going to peel them. And this is a really fun alternative to maple syrup. And then I like cutting these on a bias. It just looks really elevated when you slice it on an angle. We'll do the same with the rest of these. We're gonna toast them up before we serve them. So we'll turn our heat to low, add in 1 tablespoon of unsalted butter. Now that our butter is nice and bubbly, we are going to add our bananas into the pan. Toss those in there. We just want to get some nice caramelization. The butter is also going to flavor those bananas really nicely. And as you can see, they're getting a nice, subtle golden color to them. All right, so we've gotten some of that brown consistency on the bottom here. We are going to transfer these bananas over, and we'll get to work on our sauce. This is the fun part. We are going to add in our 1 stick of butter. We're going to combine it with 1 cup of brown sugar. Whisk this all together. And what we're looking for here is a nice silky brown sugar sauce. And we want the brown sugar to completely dissolve. It is the moment we've all been waiting for. It is time to flambe. We are adding in a 1/4 cup of spiced rum to our mixture. Here we go. There we go. Be really careful. And then we are going to turn off the heat. We're going to add in a 1/4 cup of heavy cream. This is optional. I just like adding a little extra creaminess to our sauce. A pinch of salt to awaken the flavor. You guessed it. 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract, and a 1/2 teaspoon of ground cinnamon. We're gonna whisk this on up. And there you have it, our bananas Foster sauce. Stunning. Our French toast is out of the oven, looking gorgeous and golden. I love to let it sit for about 10 minutes before cutting into it because it's super hot. And when I serve this up, I love to take the bananas and just adorn the tops of the French toast with those golden banana pieces. Let's slice into this thing. And then, handy dandy fish spatula, really nice and bendy, gets into those nooks and crannies of the pan. We'll lift that out. Look at that. I'm gonna take a little sneak bite. Oh yeah, check that out. Should we give it a taste? Need a bit of banana. The perfect bite. Cheers. Man, oh man, this is a hug. It is transporting me back to my childhood. I know my dad would love this. You know what? This tastes so good, it makes me want to sing. French toasty, French toasty. It's the toasty with the mosty. Yeah.
These crispy potato waffles are packed with tons of flavor, but wouldn't be brunch without the star, bacon. So I'm gonna start off by showing y'all my favorite way to make bacon. I'm gonna get a baking tray and then a baking rack. Now I love doing this because you're gonna get all of the bacon fat drippings right here in this pan. But we're not gonna waste the drippings, we're actually gonna use them to cook up the onion and the garlic for later on. Now I'm gonna cook this in the oven for about 13 to 15 minutes at 420 degrees. So next, we are going to mince up some garlic and slice up some onion. We're gonna dice up the onion pretty small because remember, we're gonna fold this into our potato mash batter. Smash up some garlic, mince it up. Just mash these up. And when you're making this recipe too, I find that it's easier to use cold ingredients just because whenever we're mixing everything together, it's going to hold. That's beautiful. Now I'm going to just grate some cheese. I think cheddar is the way to go for this recipe. Okay, our potatoes are mashed, the cheese is grated, onions and garlic are minced and ready to go, and I smell bacon. We're gonna take our strips of bacon, place them here, and nice and crispy, and we're gonna use some of the oil, you get the drippings. We're gonna add that to our skillet so we can fry up the onion. We're gonna set our skillet to a medium heat And while that's heating up, I'm gonna start to chop up the bacon. And this is the hardest part of the recipe, because you're gonna wanna start eating it. It's so good. In go the onion and garlic. Yeah, get that nice little sizzle. Now, while that's cooking up, let's begin to bring everything together. Gonna add in some eggs. Crack the eggs in there. I'm just gonna break up the yolks just a little bit. And then add in the star crispy bacon. We're gonna fold in a little bit of yogurt. This is some Greek yogurt, our cream factor. It's also gonna boost the protein a little bit as well. Keep stirring those onions. You know, you gotta keep moving when it's brunch time. Multitasking in the kitchen. It is a must. Then, I'm also gonna add in some flour, especially because we've added in some wet ingredients. Sprinkle in a little bit of flour. And then in goes the cheese. Pinch of salt. And then some more black pepper. Now, let me show you something. These onions are looking great. Let the onions rest on a paper towel just to drain out some of the excess oil. Great color. There you go. Spread it out. Adding in now the onion and garlic, our flavor to this recipe. Boom. Now let's mix it together the same way that you would a waffle batter. All right, and look at this. This is the way that your batter should look. All this cheesy goodness with bacon and chunks of potato. All right, I'm gonna clean this up and grab my waffle maker. So my waffle iron is preheated to a medium-high heat so we get a nice crisp on there. And since it's already nice and hot, I'm gonna spray it with a little bit of avocado oil. Boom. And then in goes our potato batter. Look at this goodness. Spread it out there. Not too much, not too heavy-handed. Pat it down and then mash it. Boom. Spin it. And then just wait. Wait for the goodness to come to life. We are nearing the 5-minute mark. So we're gonna flip it and build a better brunch. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, open it up. Whoa! And you see all of the crispiness. You see this golden color because that's also the cheese. Oh, the cheese has helped it to get nice and crispy on the outside. Look at that beauty. Oh my gosh. All right, let's add our toppings. So I'm gonna top it off with a little bit of Greek yogurt, a little dollop here. Looks kind of like whipped cream, right? Then a little bit of green onion action. Some leftover bacon. Who has leftover bacon in their house? Come on, let's just be real. And then a little bit of cheese. Here we go. Boom. Beautiful. And for the homie in your kitchen, boom. All right, I gotta get into this and do the hard job and taste it for the internet since you can't be here. You can taste it pretty soon in your own kitchen though. You hear the crunchiness? Look at that. Oh, that potato. There we go. This is a perfect brunch meal, and guess what? It's so filling. I know for certain you will have a better brunch if you make these crispy potato waffles.
Brunch is a great way to spend time with family and friends over delicious food. But for me, it's also about posting beautiful food pics on the gram. Today I'm making 3 nutrient-packed smoothie bowls that are pleasing to the eye and even more pleasing to eat. First up, I'm gonna get started with a crunchy topping, my saffron cardamom granola. So I'm gonna start with my saffron syrup. So the first step is to add equal parts water and sugar. We wanna stir it constantly until the sugar is completely dissolved and it comes to a simmer. And once that sugar is dissolved, we're gonna add in our beautiful saffron threads. Look at that color, it's really starting to get dark and beautiful. Okay, so my saffron syrup is done, so I'm gonna cut the heat. I'm gonna pour my saffron syrup into a mason jar so I can cool it and store it. And as it cools, it's gonna thicken up a bit more. So this is not a traditional granola by any means. So first, we're gonna start with our liquids. We have coconut oil here, and to this, we're gonna add our cooled saffron syrup. Still can't get over the color, gorgeous. And then we also wanna add a pinch of ground cardamom. We're gonna do 2 pinches for good luck. A pinch of salt, and some freshly grated nutmeg. So we're gonna add in all of our dry ingredients for our granola. So first, our rolled oats, our pumpkin seeds, our sliced almonds, and our coconut chips. So you get that all in, along with your chia seeds. And I first like to just give this a toss because I don't want any big clumps once we pour in our liquids. Great. Our beautiful coconut oil and saffron syrup mixture goes in. Make sure to just give it a good whisk so that you don't have separation. So you pour that over. Make sure to get all those beautiful saffron threads. And then you give this a light toss. Okay. And then we want to pour it onto a parchment lined baking sheet. And then we want to spread this evenly. If you don't spread it evenly, it's all gonna just bake up into a clump, and the idea is to make sure that it gets nice and crisp. After I take my granola out of the oven, I'm gonna mix in some of my favorite dried fruits, and we wanna do that after it comes out of the oven because we don't want these to burn and we want them to stay juicy. So we have some dates, some dried cherries, and some dried cranberries. All right, let's get our granola into the oven. I'm all set up to make my rainbow smoothie bowls, and I'm making 3. The first is a mango turmeric smoothie bowl, the second is a dragon fruit rose smoothie bowl, and the third is a blue spirulina banana smoothie bowl. So let's talk about these dragon fruits. As you can see, they are absolutely gorgeous, and they come in all different varieties. Yellow, pink, sometimes they're white inside, sometimes they're pink or red inside, sometimes they're gigantic like this one, but don't be intimidated because they're actually quite soft. And she's a beautiful pink one. Look how gorgeous that is. Also, this kind of matches my earrings. I have dragon fruit earrings on. The thing that I love about these smoothie bowls is they all have the same consistent base. So it's actually much easier than they look. They all start out with a coconut milk ice cube base. So we want to start with 1 can of full fat coconut milk. And then we're just gonna give it a little whisk. We're gonna take our full fat coconut milk and pour it right into the tray. Easy peasy. You wanna make sure to fill it to the top. So 1 can of full fat coconut milk should basically fit into 1 standard size ice cube tray. It's like it was made for this. And now we're gonna pop this into the freezer and freeze overnight until solid. Now I'm gonna make my mango turmeric smoothie bowl. So we wanna get about 1 cup of the frozen coconut milk ice cubes into the blender. And now we're gonna add 1 cup of frozen mango. Get that right in. So we're gonna add in about half a teaspoon of turmeric. And to this, we're gonna actually add, I know this is gonna sound weird, but a pinch of black pepper. And then we wanna add a little bit of agave. So add that right in. And then a splash of unsweetened plant milk. I'm using oat milk, just a little splash. And then we blend it up. You may need to scrape down the sides in between to make sure all of the coconut and the mango and everything in there blends together. All right, just looking thick and creamy. So we're gonna pour this into our serving bowl. Look at that texture and color. Beautiful. Oh my God, this is making me so hungry. And now we're gonna get started on my second one, which is the dragon fruit rose smoothie bowl. So this starts off with the same base, and then we're gonna add some frozen pink dragon fruit. Look how gorgeous this is. We're gonna add a little bit of rose essence. And then we're gonna get blending. So bright and vibrant. And no artificial food colorings, people. 1 more little blitz and we're ready to go. How beautiful is this? And now I'm gonna make my third smoothie bowl, my spirulina banana smoothie bowl. Like every other smoothie bowl, we're gonna start with the same base. Next, we're gonna add in a cup of frozen banana. And the star of the show for this smoothie bowl is blue spirulina. So while this may look artificial, it is completely natural, it is vegan, and it's actually made from an algae. So it's from under the sea, which is why it's blue. I am so happy with this color. I cannot wait to top off these smoothie bowls. So I have my beautiful saffron cardamom granola here. So we're gonna crack that open, and that's gonna be our first topping. I love the complement of the saffron and cardamom with the mango, very Indian-esque, which is fitting for me. Gorgeous. I love these little circles. We used a melon baller to scoop these out.
Stunning. And that's it. They literally look like they taste like the rainbow, but I think I really have to go in for the blue spirulina banana one. Oh my God. This is so delicious. I mean, just look at that texture. It's like a pina colada in your mouth, but you're sitting on the beach while drinking that pina colada, something that we all want to do. So good. These rainbow smoothie bowls are a winner for any brunch table.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen.
We're turning everyday leftovers into brand new dishes for the Today table.
With a little imagination and a few fresh ingredients,
We'll show you how to make amazing next day dishes.
I'm starting off your morning right with a hearty protein-packed quiche.
And I'll be whipping up the perfect lunch or anytime snack. Crispy rice cakes with the perfect savory toppings.
And I'm making a velvety chocolate mousse with a surprising ingredient.
Get ready.
Because we're clearing out the fridge
and leaving no leftover behind.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
Whenever I'm doing meal prep, I usually end up with a few leftover ingredients. Today, I'm using some leftover rotisserie chicken to make a quiche with spinach, feta, and sun-dried tomatoes. So, let's get started with our crust. I've got some store-bought pie crust right here, and I'm gonna lightly flour my surface. You don't need too much. All the hard work has been done for us. We're just gonna roll out our pie crust and be really gentle with it because it is pretty fragile. All right, I'm gonna sprinkle the pie crust with a little bit of flour, and we are going to roll this out. Just gently enlarge it so that way it'll fit comfortably inside of our pie pan. Okay, I've got this rolled out really nicely. So I'm gonna take my pie pan, I'm just gonna put it right on top of it, just like this. And just take your fingers and lightly go around the edges. I'm telling you, the first time I did this, I felt super accomplished because I'm like, I'm a baker now. I'm baking. Mama, look at me. And then you're gonna take these edges that are falling over. You're gonna just fold them up under here, so that way you kind of get an even crust. This is the Today All Day Kitchen, right? So we're gonna just make it a little bit fancier. So after I get done doing this, we're gonna add some texture and some form to this pie crust. And all you're gonna do, it's a trick I learned. You're gonna take your finger right up under here and crimp it down, press down, and pull it out. Down, and pull it out. All the way like this. And go all the way around the pie crust. I know, the first time I did this, I was like, yo, Kev, look at you. He's a baking machine. And keep going around the edges. All right, the last one here. All right, now look at this. It looked like it's from a bake shop, right? I know, I did it myself. And you could do it too. So, with our pie crust ready, it is camera ready. We're gonna let this rest in the fridge while I prep the rest of the ingredients. Next thing we're gonna prep is our spinach. All right, I'm going to set a stainless steel skillet on a medium-high heat. In goes a little bit of water. That's all we wanna see. Watch this, boom. In goes the spinach. It's like the Wizard of Oz. It's melting, it's melting. You shouldn't have to cook the spinach for more than 1 minute. And boom, this is just about right because I don't want it to be completely mushy. I'm gonna take it out. All right, spinach is cooked. Move on to the other star, the sun-dried tomatoes. All right, we're gonna stack our tomatoes together. Just take a knife. We're just gonna dice them. Look at all this goodness. And they're very fragrant too. Now, moving on to my leftover rotisserie chicken, we're gonna take the skin off of the chicken Peel that back. I know some of y'all are just moaning right now like, what are you doing? It's all right. Don't worry. There's still a lot of flavor in this dish and you're not gonna miss it. Just going to make sure that there are no bones in here. And you can pull it apart with your hands first, especially if it's cold and left over. If it's warm from just purchasing it, then you may have to use some forks. But I just like to get in there and just use my hands. But of course you do what's most comfortable for you. And try not to do a little bit of this, which I am so guilty of. But you know, a little tasting along the way isn't a bad thing. What home cook doesn't nibble and taste along the way? That's how you know it's good. Let's move on with the recipe. Next part that we have to do, we've got to prep our eggs. So I'm going to be using some whole eggs. If you are team lean and mean and you want a wonderful, delicious egg white quiche, can't wait to wake up to that on the weekend. I'm kidding, I eat egg white. But for this one, my leftovers deserve whole eggs. Extra protein, a little extra fat, a little extra love. That's all I'm saying. Add in a little bit of milk. Whisk this up, and we're gonna season it with a little bit of sea salt and pepper for the culture. Boom, salt, pepper. The internet will let you know if you cook unseasoned food right away. And I'm pretty sure our Today All Day kitchen fam is no different. There we go. Now, it is time to bring together our beautiful quiche. We're gonna add in our chicken. Just spread it out. This is gonna be a really meaty, protein-packed quiche. And you wanna spread it out very well on the pie crust to make sure that every slice gets a little bit of that protein. There we go. Adding in some of our sun-dried tomatoes. Sprinkle those around as well. In goes the spinach. There we go. Our last bit of a protein boost and flavor boost. The feta, just kind of crumble it up. I bought this crumble, but if you want to buy the entire block, just use a fork to crumble it up on a plate and then do it. There we go. Now, let's give this one more whisk and we're gonna pour in our egg. Watch the slow pour. Getting a little bit more, just some texture on top. Cracked pepper. Boom. Look at this beauty. It looks amazing before we've even baked it. This is what we want. We're gonna bake this beauty for about 45 minutes at 350 or until the center is set. I've let this cool for about 15 minutes. It's still really warm, so it's perfect. You can see when I move it, there's no movement there. Let's dig in. I'm gonna give myself a nice, generous portion of this. Oh my gosh, and look how creamy it is. Look at it. The heat has just made that feta just even creamier. I can't wait to dig in. Self-control and portion control is gonna be hard with this one, so don't write me and complain. Kev, I ate the whole thing. I understand. I guarantee you, your friends, your family will love this.
Whenever I order takeout, I usually have a ton of rice left over. You could always just reheat and eat what you've got, but I love making crispy rice cakes. So many different cultures have their own version of crispy rice, and now it is all over TikTok, so I cannot wait to show you mine. We are going to start with our rice, and I have 3 cups right here. So we're gonna add a couple other things to it to boost its flavor and also make sure that it all sticks together and doesn't fall apart when frying. So what we wanna do is we just wanna take some cornstarch right here, and we are going to add in a little bit of water, and then we're actually gonna add in some lemon. We're just going to whisk it on up into a slurry. It smells fabulous, super fragrant. We are going to pour it over the top of the rice. I'm also going to season it with some kosher salt, a nice little 3-finger pinch. And then we are just going to fold it all together. Here I have an 8x8 square baking dish, and I have lined it with some plastic wrap. So we're just going to take that rice, pop it directly into the pan, and with our fingers, which I find clean hands can honestly be the best tools in the kitchen, we are going to just press that rice down into the corners of the pan. Looking good. It is always so much fun to take leftovers and turn them into something new and awesome. I think that a lot of people don't realize the beauty of half of the work already being done for you. We're going to freeze it for at least 1 hour, up to 2 hours. And while that's freezing, I'm gonna get some of my toppings ready. I love topping my rice cakes with the perfect soft-boiled egg. So I'm gonna show you how to make the perfect one, my little tips and tricks to do it. First thing you wanna do, boil some water. I'm going to take a spider, you could also take a slotted spoon, and delicately lower those eggs one by one into the boiling water. While those eggs are going, let's get to work on our lemony scallion yogurt sauce. Starting off, I have 2 cleaned scallions right here. What we're going to do is we're going to trim off the root of those scallions, and then we will slice them on an angle, also known as a bias, into really thin rounds. So we'll just take that, pop it directly into the sauce, and then we are going to take that lemon half that we have from earlier, squeeze all that juice right into the yogurt. And then we're gonna hit it with a little bit of salt to awaken its flavor. So we're gonna mix this up, and there you go. We have our yogurt sauce. And it almost looks like a looser version of scallion cream cheese. Our eggs are done. We are going to strain them and immediately transfer them into our ice bath. And what the ice bath is gonna do is it's going to shock the eggs and immediately stop them from continuing to cook. Another thing that I love about an ice bath is as that egg cools, what's going to happen is the white is going to slowly pull back from the shell, creating a really thin layer that will allow us to peel these eggs beautifully. Okay, our eggs have been chilling out and it is time to crack them. So what I'll do is I'll take the egg and I will tap it on a flat surface to break up that shell. And then here's my trusty sidekick. Say hello to the spoon. We wanna make sure that the spoon goes underneath that coating, and the spoon is going to do a gorgeous job of lifting that shell right up. Wow. How satisfying is that? I mean, come on, you guys, take a look at that. Absolutely perfect soft-boiled egg. Our rice is nice and frozen, and it is time to fry them up. So we're going to start by adding avocado oil to our skillet. We are going to heat this up until it is shimmering, and while we're waiting for that to heat up, let's slice up our rice. We're going to take that overhang that we have and delicately lift the rice block out. Look at how great that looks. Pull it back. And then what I like to do to make sure that we have even squares is I like to slice off about 1/2 inch off of the sides of the rice. And you really want to make sure that you're using a sharp knife here. Fabulous. Take this, compost it, and then we are going to cut these into 9 even pieces, about 2 inches by 2 inches. We are going to crisp these up for about 5 minutes per side until we get a nice golden brown crust on the exterior. Set your timers. These are looking really good, and now it is time to flip. Ooh, gorgeous golden. We love to see that. These are looking beautiful. We're gonna transfer them to a wire rack lined baking sheet. And we wanna salt these rice cakes while they are still hot so that they can hold on to the salt that hits them. Okay, I'm going to fry up this next batch, and then it will be the moment we're all waiting for, topping the rice cakes and eating them. You can top these any way you like, but I'm gonna show you my favorite way to serve these crispy rice cakes. We'll start with our beautiful avocado. Whenever I'm picking an avocado, I always wanna make sure that when I press down, it has a little bit of give. Another great way to test is I'll look at the top of the avocado where the stem is. If you pull the stem out and you see that the inside is a nice bright green color, that is how you know the avocado is perfectly ripe. So we are going to take a sharp knife. We will insert it into the top of the avocado until you hit the pit, and then delicately roll the avocado around, slicing through to cut it in half. Look at that, absolutely gorgeous. As far as peeling the avocado is concerned, instead of scooping it out with a spoon, I love to peel the skin off with my fingers. And then we are going to take the avocado, and with the tip of our knife, we will slice into thin strips. I just really love how fancy it looks when you slice it. I think adding a nice punchy, bright element with a lemon wedge is an awesome way to just give a little extra oomph to your overall presentation. Next up, we have our eggs. This is a really fun trick that I love to use when I am serving these eggs on our crispy rice. You're gonna take your egg. If you want, you can dunk it in a little bit of water, or you could even just roll it in that residual lemon just to get it slightly wet. And then what you're going to do is you're gonna take that seasoning and you're going to roll the egg into the Everything Bagel seasoning. I'm a big fan of Everything Bagel seasoning, huge fan. And once this is nicely seasoned, you'll take your sharp knife and slice right through, revealing that perfect jammy yolk. Are you kidding me? I mean, how stunning is that? That is incredibly satisfying. So let's bring back one of our crispy rice pieces. This one has that avocado on it. And for this one, some of our pastrami smoked salmon. I love pastrami smoked salmon, so it's just your traditional smoked salmon, except it has pastrami spice on it. Now I'm gonna plate these up and make them even more gorgeous with our sauce. And what I like to do is just create a really beautiful swoosh on the bottom of the platter and just spread it into a really beautiful layer. Now it is time to adorn our platter with our crispy rice. So remember those green scallion tops that we saved earlier? We are going to take them and just sprinkle them over the tops, just for a little extra jewelry and flavor. Okay, I can't contain myself. I have to try one of these. I'm gonna take a little lemon, squeeze it over the top. Let's give it a taste. Okay. First of all, do you hear that crunch? That is stunning. I just have to say that this is one reason why you should never toss out your leftover rice. I promise you, you can always put it to good use.
When I first went vegan, I thought I'd had to give up chocolate desserts for good, since so many dessert recipes include dairy or eggs. But now, my day isn't complete without something chocolatey and sweet. It didn't take long for me to discover the magic of aquafaba. What is that, you ask? Well, it's the leftover ingredient that's the key to my fluffy chocolate mousse. And it's actually found in a can of chickpeas. But before we get to that, let's start melting some chocolate. So I have my chocolate here over a double boiler, so let's turn on the heat. We want to set this to a slow simmer. And there's all different varieties of vegan chocolate. I'm using mini chips, but they also have chunks, they have big chips, and it also comes in whole bars. I like the mini chips because they melt quickly, they're easy to work with, and I just want to get my mousse done quickly, so why not go the easy route? Our water is at a slow, gentle simmer, so our chocolate is gonna start melting. You wanna make sure to continuously stir it so then that the heat can be distributed throughout the chocolate and it'll melt evenly. Okay, so once all the chips are melted, our next ingredient for our mousse base is some vegan sweetened condensed milk. This is made entirely from coconut. And it is so good, it's gonna add a nice creamy base and really thicken up that chocolate and kind of make it a ganache consistency. Now, you can flavor this however you'd like, but I like mine a little bit luxurious and indulgent, so we're gonna give this an amaretto flavor. So it's gonna be a bit of almond, a bit of vanilla. It's gonna taste like Italy. So to this, we're gonna add 1 ounce of amaretto liquor. Once the liquor is incorporated, we're gonna add in 2 flavorings. A splash of vanilla and a splash of almond. Almond extract smells so good, but a little goes a long way. It's very strong, so make sure to just add a tiny splash because otherwise it'll become too bitter and overwhelm the whole dish. And it should look like this, glossy and thick, almost like the consistency of a ganache. So this looks great, so I'm gonna remove it from the heat and let it cool completely. So while our chocolate cools, we can work on our secret ingredient, our aquafaba. So aquafaba may sound fancy, but all it is the water from a can of chickpeas. Instead of tossing this, which most people do, if you whip aquafaba up, it turns into a consistency almost of an egg white or like a meringue. You can use it in all different ways. The way I would think about aquafaba is the same as egg whites. So if you were to use egg whites in a dish or even whipped cream, you can substitute it with aquafaba. I recommend getting a can of low sodium or no salt added chickpeas. That way the water doesn't affect the flavor of what you're making. So what we want to do is, to our stand mixer fitted with the whip attachment, we want to make sure that our bowl is chilled. So right before I whip up my aquafaba, I like to keep my bowl in the fridge for at least 10 to 15 minutes so it gets ice cold. And the reason why we want to do that is because it'll then help us whip up the aquafaba so it turns into stiff peaks. If it's too warm, then it's not going to whip up and it's just going to fall flat. So lock in your mixer and we're going to set it to high. So I'm gonna stop the mixer because I wanna add a little bit of cream of tartar. This is gonna help stiffen up the peaks and get us that nice glossy stiff peak that we're looking for in a chocolate mousse. So let's go ahead and add that in and turn on mixer back on high. Let's give it another minute or two to get it real stiff, because the stiffer it is, the more delicate and airy our mousse is gonna be. Okay, our aquafaba is looking good. Yep, this is exactly what we want. A stiff peak, it doesn't fall. So now we want to fold our aquafaba into our melted chocolate that's been cooled. You start with a little bit and you gently fold it in. If I just sat here and stirred it, it would turn into a soup and it would not set into a mousse. So we want to make sure we're adding in as much air as possible. So I keep folding until I don't see any more streaks, and then I go in with some more dollops of aquafaba. Okay, this looks beautiful, so we're ready for our next dollop. This is looking great, it's all an even color. So now I just have to get into little jars so it can set in the fridge. So I'm gonna clear up my area so I can do that. So we're gonna pour this in here and set it in the fridge overnight. So our mousse have set overnight and they look beautiful. You can see they're perfectly set. There's no liquid. You can see all of the beautiful air bubbles. It does not look vegan, let me tell you. I'm garnishing these with fresh cherries, but you can easily use a jarred cherry like an amarena, which will go really well with this. Okay, now I think it's fair to say that I have been waiting way too long to actually dig into this. So why don't we go for a taste? Can you believe this texture?
This is made from chickpea water. No egg whites, no dairy, chickpea water. All right, you ready? Wow, it's so airy, yet so decadent. I hope this inspires you guys to cook low waste and zero waste recipes at home and try this mousse. But for now, I'm gonna keep enjoying and indulging.
Sponsored by Walmart.
What up, y'all? Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen.
Pasta is a staple for so many weeknight meals. It's easy to make, pretty hard to screw up, and oh so satisfying. I'm making pillowy soft ricotta gnocchi with peas and parm in a buttery sauce.
And I'm cooking up a creamy chicken stroganoff with baby bella mushrooms.
And I'm whipping up a spicy vegan pasta alla vodka. So start boiling some water.
It's time to use that noodle.
And let's get cooking.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
I have to admit, pasta is one of my go-to comfort foods, so I am very excited to share this recipe with you. The first thing we want to do is take our gorgeous ricotta and actually lay it out in a thin layer on paper towels. Since the ricotta is the base of our dough, we need to remove some of that moisture so it ends up really nice and light and fluffy rather than dense. We are going to let this sit for about 12 to 15 minutes just to make sure that the paper towel absorbs that moisture, but lucky for me, I made one before. And here is how it ends up looking when it is done. Stunning. Okay, so now let's just make our dough. We have our ricotta right here. Plop it right on in. So we have 2 large eggs here. I'm going to crack them right into our bowl. 1 cup of finely grated Parmigiano Reggiano cheese and some kosher salt, just to awaken the flavor. Before we add in our flour, we are going to delicately mix it all together so it creates a really light, fluffy consistency. So now that this is looking really beautifully mixed together, that is when we know it is time to start adding in our flour. It's really important here to add your flour in 1/4 cup at a time because we don't want to develop too much gluten, but we also want to make sure that our ricotta stays nice and fluffy. We're just going to delicately mix it until there are no more big bits of flour, and we'll just keep mixing. Our final 1/4 cup. There we go, looking good. Now it is time to shape our gnocchi. And then we're going to take our dough mixture, kind of form it into a bit of a, it feels so good. It feels like a baby's bottom. Can we use that in the final cut? It's what it feels like. Okay, and now we're going to dust the top with a bit more flour. And this is my favorite tool whenever I'm making pasta, also whenever I'm cooking to easily pick things up. It is called a bench scraper. It's typically used for decorating cakes, making sure you have a nice smooth line of frosting around your cake, but it does such a good job of picking things up, and it also does a great job of cutting things really evenly. And we are going to cut this into quarters. And the next thing we're going to do is we are going to roll this out into a beautiful snake that is about 1 inch thick. It feels so nice, so soft. I like to cut off the end first, just because this end, it doesn't look as nice. And then what I'll do is I will just keep cutting little 1-inch pieces of pasta. And look at that. They look like little pillows, don't they? Look at how beautiful this is looking. And what we're going to do is we'll take that same bench scraper that we have, lift them up, and transfer them to a parchment lined baking sheet. All right, and we're just going to repeat this with our remaining pieces of gnocchi dough. Looking good. Before we cook our gnocchi, I want to get started on the star of our sauce. This is a lemon butter sauce, so we are going to be using the zest and juice of 2 gorgeous lemons. And I'm going to show you my favorite way to prepare lemon zest. So we're just going to take the peeler and run it along lengthwise on this lemon, pulling the zest off of the lemon. So I'm just gonna remove any of this extra pith. And the reason why I'm removing this pith is because the pith is a bit bitter and we don't want any of that bitterness. And as you can see, I've stacked up all of this lemon into cute little, almost soldiers, if you will. Take your knife and rock it back and forth along that peel. It smells amazing. And you can see how beautiful these strips are. And then what we'll do is we'll take these shreds and turn them, and then we will run our knife across again to mince that lemon. And it took me a while to master these skills, let me tell you. It really all comes down to practicing over and over and over again. It's really repetition here. And now I'm just gonna take my knife and run through this a few more times. It's smelling absolutely amazing. Look at that zest though. I mean, it's like freshly fallen snow. Okay, let's clean up, get our water a-boiling, and finish up this gnocchi. Our water is boiling. It is time to cook our gnocchi, and you gotta pay attention because this all happens pretty quickly. But I promise you, you have all of the tools to absolutely crush it. The first thing we wanna do is salt our water. I'm taking kosher salt. Okay, this is boiling beautifully, and we can use our fingers to plop these in, because let me tell you, they are light and pillowy, and dropping them all in at once is going to cause them to smush together. We want these to cook until they float to the top, okay? They basically tell us, they're like, hey, what's up? And then to save some time, we are actually going to take our frozen peas and we're gonna pop those in as well. So this pasta water is liquid gold. I call it unicorn juice whenever I'm cooking because all of the starch in the water itself is actually going to help bind our sauce together. And we're going to start adding in our cubed unsalted butter, a couple tablespoons at a time. You really want it to be cold butter because our goal here is to really emulsify everything. Take a whisk. Start whisking everything up. The gnocchi's starting to float. And now we are ready to bring our sauce and our gnocchi together. I've actually turned off the heat. If it is too hot, it may cause your sauce to break. So just make sure you turn that heat off. Next up, we're going to add in half of our lemon zest. How good does this look? Okay, next up, we are going to slowly add in our parm. Keep on mixing it back and forth so that it melts in a nice, even fashion. It is smelling so good. And as you can see, it is really looking super glossy. And it is tasting delish. So add in the lemon juice a little bit at a time. Again, we want to emulsify this in. We don't want to freak out the gorgeous sauce that we just worked so hard to build. It is coating all of those beautiful pillows of gnocchi. And now it is time to plate it up. Oh my gosh, you guys, how gorgeous does this look? Okay, a little extra parm, some freshly ground black pepper, and then I'll take a little bit of fresh mint, a little drizzle of olive oil, gives the pasta gorgeous sheen, and there you go, homemade ricotta gnocchi in a lemon butter sauce with peas and mint. I'm so excited to try this. It is melting in my mouth. The parm adds the perfect amount of nuttiness and saltiness. I don't have any other words to say except I know you're gonna love this. So good.
When you hear stroganoff, you're probably thinking beef, but this creamy comfort food pairs incredibly well with chicken. But the best part about this dish is that it all comes together in one pot. Less mess is always a win in my kitchen. All right, so first what we're gonna do is we're gonna make our dry rub. I like to use a little bit of smoked paprika. You can use the regular paprika too, but I think smoked flavors just bring a lot more body to your recipes. And then a little bit of dried thyme, and then a little bit of garlic powder. Give that a good swish. All right, now let's move on to our chicken breast. Now I've just got some lean, skinless chicken breasts, and I'm not sure about you, but I like to cut mine up into smaller pieces. The reason why, it's gonna cook a lot faster. All right, y'all, let's add this to our bowl. Get your hands all up in there. Don't be scared to get your hands dirty. I'm gonna just rinse off the cutting board and wash our knife so we can prep the mushrooms. Okay, now I'm gonna be using some baby bella mushrooms. I think they're super delicious. I'm just gonna slice this into small slices just like this. So I've got a ton of mushrooms here, and you're probably thinking, yo, Kev, that's not gonna fit in my pan. Don't worry, mushrooms are kind of like spinach. Once you start cooking them and add some heat to them, they shrivel up really, really small. So they will fit, I promise you that. Our mushrooms are cut up. I'm gonna set these aside, and now we're gonna fire up our pan and get cooking. All right, we're gonna place this on a medium high heat. Okay, with it nice and hot, in goes the oil. This is a little bit of olive oil, a little bit of heart health, a little sprinkle of that. Then I like to grab some tongs, and in goes our chicken. Ooh, I love that sizzle sound. We want a nice, sear, a nice color on the chicken. There we go. You're gonna wanna cook this for about 4 to 5 minutes on each side, and then look at this. Oh, just lift it up. And look at that beautiful color on the chicken. Move it around a little bit. If you're feeling brave, you can go ahead and toss it. But again, this is a no mess recipe, so the least amount of mess you can make in your kitchen, the better. This chicken is just about ready. I'm gonna move my mushrooms a little bit closer. And then I'm gonna use my tongs. I'm gonna start taking out the pieces of chicken. Oh my God, look at that. It's just looking so good. Kev, you did that. If you're not your best cheerleader in the kitchen, I don't know what you're doing. You gotta just give yourself a pat on the back. It smells so good, it looks so good. Exactly what we want. I'm gonna set this over here. Now, I'm gonna add in the mushrooms now. Now, there's a lot of chicken flavor here already, so we want that. Oh, we've got a good sear here. I'm just gonna wilt them just a little bit by using a little bit of our chicken broth. Just a little bit, just to create some steam. And also, this is gonna help to deglaze the bottom of our skillet as well. I'm gonna get my Salt Bay on. Give me a little pinch of salt, just a little bit. Boom. And the cool thing about mushrooms is that as they're shrinking up too, you know, they're just soaking up all this flavor. So people that say, I don't like mushrooms, I'm like, yo man, mushrooms are like flavor bombs. They make your mouth water. It's that umami factor. More love to mushrooms this year. Now we're gonna try to create a little bit of a thick gravy here. We're gonna add in a little bit of flour. I'm gonna give this a quick toss first. Then we're gonna add in about a cup of our chicken broth. And what you'll see here, you're gonna still deglaze, but you see now the chicken broth is really cloudy, and that's because it's turning into that gravy that we want. I'm also gonna add in a little bit of Dijon. And just keep stirring, and this is looking beautiful. All right, now let's begin to bring everything together. In goes our chicken broth. Reserve some, then grab yourself the egg noodles, sprinkle those on, and then pour in the rest of that broth. And the noodles are going to absorb all of this liquid that's now like a gravy. So we're gonna bring it to a light simmer, and you can see right here inside, got the little light simmer going. That's just about right. And then we're gonna cover and cook this for about 7 minutes. Oh my gosh, I stirred these once. Oof, they are looking good. Always check your noodles. And if you're thinking like, Kev, it's looking a little watery, what am I gonna do? Don't worry, I got you. Remember that it's gonna thicken up as it cools, but also it's gonna thicken up because we're going to add in our Greek yogurt now. Greek yogurt is really high in protein, and it's really, really, really thick. And look at this. It looks like I added cheese, but I have not at all. And this is our swap for sour cream. Last bit of work, we're gonna add in our chicken. Well, you can't be here to smell it, but I'm just gonna describe it. We need that smell-o-vision from Willy Wonka. So I'm gonna plate it right here and finish it off with some fresh parsley. You like smothered chicken? Try this chicken stroganoff. You're seeing it first here today, and then today, All Day Kitchen. I'm just gonna hit it with some fresh black pepper. Ooh, look at that. I don't know about y'all, but I'm excited about eating. Here we go. Get a little bit of mushroom, a little bit of egg noodle, and then some of this succulent, lean chicken breast. Oh my God. Yeah, this will make you get happy in church. Ooh, there you go. I guarantee your friends and family are going to love this dish.
up on Staten Island, so I can't even tell you how many pasta dishes I've eaten over the years. One of my absolute favorites is penne alla vodka. So today, I'm giving that beautiful pink sauce a vegan makeover. And I'm putting a little twist on that penne too. Let's get started with the crunchy breadcrumb topping. So first, I'm gonna get a small skillet over medium-low heat, and we're gonna add in a little bit of olive oil. So for our breadcrumbs, we're gonna use panko breadcrumbs. I love using panko because it's extra crunchy and it's plain, so we can add anything to it and really manipulate those flavors. And the way we're gonna do that is by adding some red chili flakes because we want this spicy, and a little bit of nutmeg to really round out those flavors and add that earthy component. A little bit of kosher salt, and a little bit of freshly ground black pepper. And we're gonna cook this over medium-low until it gets a nice golden brown color. So we're essentially just toasting it in the pan. This usually takes about 5 minutes to get nice and golden and crispy. This is a test. If it loosely moves in the pan, that means it's ready. So to start off any good sauce, you have to start off with your aromatics. We're gonna start with 1 medium white onion and some garlic. So we just wanna get a small dice on this. And next up, garlic. We're using about 4 cloves of garlic. I just like to give them a light crush to help me with the chopping process. Another great way to prep all of this is actually just blitzing it up in a food processor. Just putting it on chop and giving it a few pulses and it'll all be roughly chopped. So you want to start off with a really large pan and get it over medium-high heat. To this, we're going to add a layer of olive oil. And we're also going to add in 1 tablespoon of vegan butter. Traditional vodka sauce is so indulgent and creamy, so we're gonna add a few vegan options to help bring that creaminess to the sauce. So now that our oil is hot and the butter is sizzling, let's go in with our onion and garlic. You also wanna get some salt in at this point because that's gonna help the onions sweat out all of their moisture. Now, I said this was spicy vodka sauce, so now come in our spicy elements. We're gonna add some red chili flakes, but let's not stop there. We're gonna add in one of my favorite chili peppers, Calabrian chilies. And I just so happen to be wearing chili earrings to celebrate the occasion. So we wanna cook these for about 5 minutes until the onions are sweating and almost translucent. So now let's go in with our tomato paste. The tomato paste is gonna add basically a really concentrated tomato flavor. So it's gonna feel like we've been cooking this sauce all day, but really we haven't been. So get this incorporated into the onions. So, the star of the show, some vodka. No, this is not a shot for me. This is for the pasta. Maybe that'll be later. So once we add the vodka in, all of that alcohol is gonna evaporate, so you don't have to worry about any alcohol actually being in there, but the flavor of the vodka will become concentrated, which is what adds that unique flavor to vodka sauce, which I happen to love. We're gonna go in with some crushed tomatoes. We're gonna go in with a little sugar. Now, don't hate on this. This is really gonna help balance the flavors again. There's a lot of acidity in the tomatoes, and then we also have a lot of spice, so the sugar is gonna help round everything out. As well as some dried oregano. So I actually like to take this and rub it in between my fingers to get the oils in the oregano activated. We want our spicy vodka sauce to be smooth and silky, and in order to achieve that, we're gonna use an immersion blender. This looks great. Look how vibrant that is. It really is starting to look like vodka sauce. So now we're gonna add a few dairy elements to our sauce. We're gonna add a little bit of vegan creamer, as well as some vegan cream cheese. So you wanna make sure to incorporate all of that in
And you could see the color is this beautiful light orange vodka sauce color. We're gonna add in 1 whole sprig of fresh basil. Right in, and we're gonna let that simmer with the sauce. Okay, let's check in our pasta water. Oh, it's boiling. Before we do anything, we always wanna salt our pasta water. And now for our pasta. I just wanna show you guys how fun this is. So this is called a Colony Pompeii. I think Colony means column, and Pompeii is obviously a city in Italy. But to me, it's just a beautiful large fusilli, and it looks delicious to eat. So we're gonna get these in. This pasta is so big, it takes about 10 or 12 minutes to cook. So I'm gonna start cleaning up and get everything out of the way and get ready to plate. Our pasta looks ready, so let's add it into our vodka sauce. Beautiful. This is so fun. Look at these swirls. And this is liquid gold. This is our starchy, salted water. So we're actually gonna add a little ladle into our pasta to make it even silkier. You wanna make sure to gently combine this with the sauce because we don't wanna break up our beautiful giant swirls of pasta. Look how fun this looks. I'm so excited to eat it, but we can't forget about our spicy, crunchy breadcrumb topping. So it's now completely cooled, so we can just use our hands to garnish it as if we were garnishing it with Parmesan. And then if we want to be extra fancy, we can add a little sprig of fresh basil. Okay, I've waited long enough, so we're now ready to dig in. I'm so excited to eat this shape. I feel like the proper way is from the bottom. Wow, I think Staten Island would be proud. This is so delicious and so fun. Look at that. Chef's kiss. This is delicious.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Whether you're vegetarian, vegan, or just trying to add